Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Hey there, folks, and welcome to the Whitfield Report. I'm your host, Sam Whitfield, flying solo tonight for the first time in a very long time, but I would like to welcome you to the show. Apex and Aqaba are, off this evening. I guess Aqaba once again had, like a prior engagement, and then Apex, not sure what's going on with him. Hope he feels good and everything's going on, but hopefully everything works out. But in the meantime, you'll be stuck with me for the next hour or so. I don't really have a whole lot to well, I have a few big stories to cover tonight because it was a big news week. No doubt about that. There was a lot to cover in the news. But yeah. So let's get started, shall we? First off, I guess the big breaking news. As of an hour ago, Donald Trump is back on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. He is indeed back on Twitter. And if you want proof, here is Donald J. Trump's actual Twitter account, ladies and gentlemen. Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States. Now, he hasn't tweeted on here yet. It's unclear if he's going to. He has said that, he said for like the past couple of months that he's going to stay on Truth Social and that's his preferred social network. And I know that he's saying that because the guy who runs Truth Social was part of his campaign team and whatnot. So I understand that, I understand that the motivation for being on Truth Social is, to follow Trump. I get that. But in all seriousness, no one goes on there. I have a profile on there, but I never go on there. I have like maybe 15 followers on there. But Truth Social is just, and this is the same thing with Gab and with Parler. The idea of like an alternative Twitter is good. But when Twitter already exists and when it's already got when the vast majority of people are already on there, that's where people want to be. Now, obviously, if you're censored from Twitter, people are, that's a problem. And it's a problem that Elon is fixing right now. And folks, I know it's a slow process. I have a lot of people, be like, well, why did Elon Musk run a poll about this? Why not just do it? Ladies and gentlemen, he has to play the long game on this. Elon Musk does. He's getting attacked from all sides on this, right? And he's not even a political guy. You folks remember last year when he was, contemplating buying Twitter. The outrage over him just buying Twitter and making it and inquiring about making an acquisition, people were losing their fucking minds about that. And it's oh, okay. I guess people now are planning on joining the Gilded server, or rather, Shmooly is. So hold on a sec. The one night I don't have a co-host, ladies and gentlemen, is when people want to apply to the Gilded server. Go figure. So yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, folks. As I was saying, though, Elon is, he's getting attacked from all sides now because he won't conform to the left-wing mob and whatnot. So, he's not going to invite Alex Jones back right away because it's not pragmatic for him. And yes, Phil, good evening. I will send you the link. Hold on a sec. Okay, let me just make sure my my Twitter DMs aren't showing. Okay, yeah, and I'm also going to need to all right. There we go. Apologies, folks, for the dead air. This is what happens when you're running a show solo. This is why I really respect, radio producers too, like the behind the scenes folks, because when you're a host and you have to do all this shit, it's not easy. I know people make fun of me sometimes because I take long pauses and whatnot, but it's like, you people try, opening tabs and doing show notes, doing show prep, and running the show. But anyway, yeah, no, Elon is he's doing what he can, and I understand that people are upset that Alex Jones isn't back yet on Twitter, but it's going to take some time. People are not ready for Alex Jones to come back. The vast majority of people are not ready. A lot of normies still see Alex Jones as a as a danger, as a threat. The other thing to keep in mind, folks, is that Twitter, like or not, is still very much advertiser based, right? This is one of the things, not to brag, but me studying business in college, and in high school, really, I've studied, I've studied business for really, a good portion of my life, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the things, like or not, when you run a business that is heavily dependent on advertisers, right? Especially big corporate advertisers like the ones that that Twitter attracts. And then you have someone like Alex Jones or even a Donald Trump on, like or not, though those big brands are not going to want to associate with people or even be on the same platform with people like Alex Jones or like Donald Trump. And it sucks, but that's just the way it is. Ford, the Ford Motor Company, for just example, they want to sell the maximum amount of vehicles that they can. They don't want controversy. So they just want, to reach the largest, market space as they can. They don't want to have to deal with the controversy, right? And so for them, it's easiest not to be on a platform with Alex Jones or real Donald Trump, as just an example. Now that is, now changing because now these advertisers are, once again having to deal with, with Twitter and platforms that, Trump is back now. So, and that's just a fact of life. And, advertisers can either choose to deal with that and take in stride like they should because we're all adults and, free speech should take place over, big corporate profit. That's the way it should work, but it doesn't. Um, that is one thing I will say. People keep saying that like Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk 2077 is like a socialist communist because he's always wrong against capitalism. I don't know if I buy that. It seems more like he's against crony capitalism. Yeah, maybe, Johnny's character is a little social at times, but he's not wrong about, about big corporations putting people over profit. Phil, I do see you in the room, so I'm going to add you in right now. Okay. How you doing, Phil?
Not bad, not bad. How about yourself, Sammy?
It's very interesting to watch all this Twitter stuff happening right now. Trump's back on, or rather his account is back. I'm not sure whether he's going to come back or whatnot. That remains the question. I think he should because Truth Social, while not horrible in terms of like a user interface, no one's on there really.
Well, anybody that follows Chanel Rion of OAN, she wrote a tweet somewhere along the lines of he had I think he has a contract where he's exclusive to Truth Social for I think at least 6 hours or something like that. Like he's exclusive for 6 hours, and then if he wants to post after that, he can. Like something along those lines. I think it was like a filing of the SEC. I forget what the tweet was. Here, let me try to look it up here real quick. Hold up.
I mean, whether or not he actually goes back is kind of irrelevant, right? Because just the fact that he's on there is just the fact that he's on there, people are already losing their mind.
Oh yeah.
Whiskey, if you're not careful, I'm going to send you the link, and you're going to have to come in here and explain stuff.
Yeah. So I just got back on it. Donald Trump's Truth Social agreement, as disclosed to the SEC, may keep him away. Trump's exclusive to Truth Social for 6 hours before posting the same content elsewhere. And it's his company, so he could change the rules or buy out investors, whatever it takes. I'm not sure he's going to buy them out, or I'm not sure that he's really going to put his own fucking company in jeopardy. Like, that would be, that would fly in the face of logic. But
Right.
I mean, he could. I mean, he could.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. I mean, the thing with True Social, and I mean, I hate to say it, I want to like it, and I mean, as far as like a user interface, it's not bad, but they're missing a few key features. You can't get verified on there, like unless you're like an actual celebrity, which is kind of ironic now.
Yeah.
Because verification should be open to anyone who wants to be verified, as long as they can be verified. But yeah.
I want to say, I think he I think Elon Musk put the poll out, and people were saying why did he have to put the poll up? I think he did that because Elon Musk wanted to see who was going on the poll, right? Like, as far as celebrities, and probably the paid subscribers too, right? Because if the majority of the paid subscribers voted yes, then I think that definitely adds a little bit more incentive for Elon Musk to bring him back on, because I'm not too sure he cares about the celebrities. I'm not sure he really cares about I mean, he not really about advertisers, but definitely the people that are paying that at least the $8 a month to, for their blue check mark and added features or whatever like that. That might be a little bit more meaningful to him. And he even said after the poll, 134 million viewers or people viewed the poll. Like, I mean, people are interested.
I mean, and I was texting with Ash before the show, and Ash is kind of salty that the poll was so close between like yes and no.
Yeah.
But I mean, I told Ash that because look, I love Ash, and I love, there are a lot of people on our side that I really respect, but I feel sometimes like the right does kind of have this mentality of, we're red pilled, so why isn't everyone red?
I'm pretty much I'm under the more I think about the more I think about it, the more I think that Elon Musk was going to do it anyway.
Oh
he just did that to see how many people would or wouldn't like say yes or no. But whatever. And then you already have CBS. Like, CBS is like, I guess they're distancing themselves from Twitter, which, like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about CBS. And probably I don't know if he does either. Because, I mean, look, let's be real. If enough people buy that $8 subscription, they'll be okay.
Yeah, well, the thing with it is like corporate media does not need. They've never needed Twitter at all. Like CBS, NBC, CNN, they've never needed Twitter.
Well, the whole point. Okay, so like maybe, but like the whole point of advertising, is trying to extract value where the people are, right?
Right.
And if there's a whole lot of people on Twitter, you're not like, then it would be dumb to not take advantage of that. Like,
sure.
I mean, I just, and I mean, yeah, you don't need them for now. For now, you might not need them. Maybe you have other deals in play, or maybe you have other stuff in play. but that stuff might not be around forever. Like you got you like you have to make sure that your advertising dollars are working for you. And like I mean we know how many people go on Twitter. We know it's like hundreds of millions of people, like at least. Like you can't just not avoid, you can't really just avoid it and expect that to be a successful long-term strategy. But it's their money.
I mean, my overall point, right, is like with I mean, when Twitter first started, it was a communications, platform. Like people would just go on and talk to each other, and then like around the time I joined was when Andrew Breitbart and like James O'Keefe were just starting out, and you had like actual citizen journalists, like doing their thing, and
Mm-hmm.
corporate media didn't like that because regardless of whether or not you were on the left or you're not or right, it allowed the common man, I guess, to like report on news, whether that be in their local area or nationally, in the case of like
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Breitbart. So like big tech, or I guess like big corporate media, like they've always seen Twitter as just like a way to get advertised. But I don't think they've ever liked Twitter as like,
Well, no,
because
you're not gonna like. You're not gonna. It's not about, like, it's a business. It's a business, and
yeah,
there are certain elements that do mess up a business. Like if you have, you know, if you have Alex Jones talking about, you know, water making the frogs gay, like that's probably not going to be that's not the probably not the best image for people trying to advertise on Twitter, knowing that
right.
could, like that might be needed. Like you're knowing that your ad could be on Alex Jones's tweet or video or whatever. But I mean, you have to take the good with the bad with, you know with social media. And I have a feeling that Alex. Well, I have a feeling that Alex Jones will probably end up coming back too.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
definitely not in the foreseeable future, but definitely down the road some. Like he's going to have to get his shit. Like they're not gonna let him back on while he has all that legal fucking bullshit going on. But
yeah. Well, and Alex Jones, I even saw a clip, before the show where people were getting upset that Alex Jones wasn't back, and Alex Jones put out like a video on his site basically saying, "Look, I understand why I'm not back on, and if I were Elon, I would be in the same. I would probably do
yeah,
the same thing.
yeah,
I don't hate him because I realized I'm too controversial for Twitter's platform right
oh yeah,
now."
and he's right, and they're all, yeah. I would, yeah, because really, he's got it. Like Elon's has to get his shit together, and like he's
Yeah,
doing a great job. He's doing a great job with what's being thrown at him right now. Like he's
yeah,
got a lot. That he I mean we were talking about this months ago, how the Twitter employees were definitely going to sabotage him, and it looks like we're right, because he had to basically gut the employee force, from what I'm looking at.
yeah. I when I checked this afternoon, it was like 1,200 employees were let go,
Yeah,
and keep in mind, like this was the other thing. I haven't covered this, but like on Friday evening, I mean, there were like legit fears that like Twitter was going to shut down completely. Like some of these employees were like trying to do like an actual coup on Elon to like
yeah,
actually like shut Twitter down and make it like inoperable. and that didn't happen. But
Yeah.
This, like I said, people who are upset that Elon's not automatically allowing XYZ person back. It's like, well, he can't really do that right now. He's got to play the long game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah. And but like yeah, I was looking at um a couple days ago. I was looking at I'll watch NBC because the local news station is NBC, and so I just leave the TV on. And anyway, so the Today Show comes on, and they're talking about Twitter. And I want to say Ben Collins, one of the reporters or whatever, if like he's not a real reporter, but whatever. Anyway, he was saying that he thinks that the company only has about a month left before it blows up, and I'm like, and I'm sitting here thinking about, I'm like, you guys are retards. Like, I mean, and I understand, like, this is somebody who's like spews propaganda on a regular basis, so I have to take anything he says with a huge grain of salt. But like they just like at least if you're gonna say some bullshit like that, at least make it make sense. Because well, you're talking about Elon Musk owning Twitter. uh First off, this guy's the richest dude on earth, right? If
yeah,
he has options, he has an endless supply of options for whatever moves come his way, right? So if you have, you know if the money stops, for example, if the money stops or if the advertising stops, right, he still has, he could sell some SpaceX, or he could sell some SpaceX or Tesla stock, whatever, right? He could still sell stock. He's got the money. He'll be okay, right? If if like I think the site's on AWS. So but anyway, if Amazon were to decide, well, fuck you, we're not putting you on AWS anymore. Well, he could just switch Twitter to, he could switch it to his own servers, because the SpaceX, they got a shit ton of servers, and I'm almost, I would bet I would bet the farm that they are more than powerful enough to handle Twitter, right? You're talking about, if they can handle hundreds of satellites or thousands of satellites, yeah, they can handle Twitter. Like, he's got options in play. So like you gotta at least, if you're gonna bullshit people, at least make it believable. Because all it does is fuck up your credibility. Well, I mean, you're an NBC reporter. I mean, how much fucking credibility do you have? But still, um, I don't know. I just think he's got he's got a world of options. I I would I think he will struggle a little bit until he gets his shit in order. But I think if he makes the demonetization the way that he wants to, oh my god, I could see Twitter blowing up like gangbusters. I mean, if you could get that monetization to where it rivals other social media companies, oh my god. Oh my god.
well, the other thing I keep hearing, and this is a very interesting proposition, is that and this is something I'm curious to know, like, if Twitter were, uh, people are saying that, look, the only way Elon could actually run Twitter the way he wants to would be if it were completely like subscriber, if it were like completely subscriber based, and not enough people are going to want to use it if it's like subscriber only.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of like, well, depends on the pricing. I'm like, because
Mm-hmm.
like for me, $8 a month, like I can, like that's not a lot for me. Like that's cheaper than coffee.
Yeah.
But like I do understand that like there are people who don't want to pay for it.
Hmm.
So
But
um
he is smart, and Elon's smart about it too. Like he's definitely had he's definitely developed a like a differentiation between like free accounts and like Twitter Blue accounts. Like like I would need to like I got Twitter Blue almost immediately.
oh yeah.
The second he decided to do, like, you guys saw it. You guys saw it. It didn't take long for me to get that blue check. I'm like, yeah, this is good. This is all right. But no, and immediately I noticed that I wasn't getting shadow banned. Like I noticed, like from almost
Yeah.
immediately, all my friends were like, "No, we can see all your stuff now. This is awesome." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I want. I don't want to be. I think as long as I am not shadow banned, I will gladly pay $8 a month." Because I just want people to see my shit. Like I want to see people. I want to
Yeah.
see fucked up responses. I want to see the fucked up DMs. I want to see all that shit, right? I like, because you know me, I've got a sick mind and I want to share it with the rest of the world, you know?
You and me both. I mean, and as I have said from the get go, like because I initially subscribed to Twitter Blue like in its first incarnation before Elon took over, and I was like, okay, this is okay, but like all I want to do is get verified because like I've had people like try and impersonate me on Twitter before. So like I'm one of the people that, like the whole purpose of verification is to, say like, hey, this is actually like an official count of XYZ person. That was the whole point of verification in the first place.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like for me to actually have that verified, you know, uh, account after like 11 years on Twitter, I'm like, it's about fucking time. So like that alone was worth the $8, but now
Mm-hmm.
like I also get to, like you can customize your app icon on your
Mm-hmm.
phone and do all sorts of other shit. So the tweet countdown thing is a little weird. I still haven't gotten used to that, but
Yeah.
it's whatever.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's whatever. And there are times where I needed to edit. Like there are
oh
like,
yeah.
yeah, that's nice too. Like I sent the tweet and I'm like, oh shit, I probably should have I fucked that one up. And then it lets me like re-edit it, which I definitely appreciate that new feature too.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, yeah. And I mean, should the edit button maybe be free? I mean, maybe down the line for sure, but like, like if they're gonna do paid Twitter, like if they're like, I'd like to see other features like maybe, like live streaming,
uh-huh.
come back to
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That would be cool. That would be cool. I mean, and I'm trying to develop my, I'm still trying to develop my podcast and stuff like that too. And
yeah.
I'm thinking about like the like doing extra stuff on the app as well. Like, like going on Twitter, like doing little audio clips at a time
Yeah.
and like stuff like that. Like, cause I'm always thinking about like, there's always stuff I'm thinking about and trying to share it. And I think like if you put live streaming back, like that could open up another door for me too. Like, because I'm always, I feel like I have like an endless supply of ideas. I just need to like, I don't know. I just need to organize it and deliver it in a fashion that I think people will listen to or whatever. But
Yeah, that's why I do, that's why like boards help. Well, I mean, it's interesting that you bring that up though too, because I mean, like initially, I had no interest in joining Twitter when it was like first a thing back in the day. I thought it was stupid, actually. But the reason why I got on here in the first place was because like this was the only place you could really like promote like podcasts and whatnot, and like and me being like a 14-year-old kid. Well, like back when I started this, like nobody outside of the tech space even really knew what a podcast was, right? So Twitter, like back in the day, was really good, for like early promotion of podcasts, not just for me, but like across the board. And
Yeah.
like I met a bunch of early like hobbyist podcasters, out there, and then like 5 years down the line, I met more conservatives, and then like 9 years in was when I met you. I met Jeff through someone who I had met on Twitter, and then he introduced me to you, and and the rest is history. And now I know Sean. So I mean, so Twitter has always been very important to me as a as like a platform. However, I mean, I've also seen it. I've seen it, be great, and I've seen it go to shit. And hopefully, it's starting to feel like the old Twitter again, which I'm really liking.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Did you enjoy seeing the did you enjoy seeing the Twitter like employees crying about how they like lost their jobs or they got to pay for their own fucking lunch now, whatever? Like, I'm like, they're like, this is horrible. Like they just got rid of all these lunches and stuff. Like, fuck you, bitch. I gotta pay for my lunch all the time. That is an everyday thing for me. All right. You kiss my ass. Like, and then they had that. I was watching YouTube videos and like Twitter videos of how all the cool shit they had with their lunches and their meals and shit. Like, welcome to the real world, you fucking bitch. Like, yo, no, get it. Go pay for like, yo. So you're saying your 6-figure salary isn't enough to pay for lunch? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, look. I mean, I'm not defending the free lunch thing, but the okay. So the idea behind that is right. If you're coding, doing like complex programming.
Right.
Then by not having to worry about your lunch, right? Theoretically, you're maximizing your employees' productivity.
Dude, we got yeah, I know, and I get that.
Theoretically. In reality, I'm not so sure these people are actually like coding during their lunch break. In fact, Elon was actually he actually tweeted something that there was like a disturbing amount of like Pornhub searches on company computers.
I'm not worried about that. What someone does, what someone does with their tranny porn, that's up to them. What I'm saying is like there are kids in public schools that don't get fucking free lunches. Why the fuck should you, right? I don't care. I don't give a shit if you're coding, right? No, don't give me that bullshit.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a good excuse, and it's like, and I even replied, my mom was working in tech back in the 80s. She had to pay for her lunch when she was working at Microsoft, and she was an account executive back then. So,
yeah. Like it's just the gaudiness of like the work environment for these social media companies was insane. And hey, maybe that's maybe that was cool for these employees or whatever, but like these are companies that are losing money, and like you have to look at it like, Elon Musk was looking at like, look, we got this big fucking building that wasn't even used for a year, right? At least a year. We got these lunches that I got to pay a shit ton of money for, or the food or whatever. Yeah, we got to make some cuts.
I
And it wouldn't be bad. Like, and I'm thinking, and now I'm thinking like, because I was a business major in college, so I'm thinking, okay,
yeah
yeah, my brain started percolating. I'm like, okay, when he started saying that, I was thinking, okay, how long is it going to take until he finally moves the fuck out of San Francisco? Because that piece of real estate that he has, like, that's in downtown San Francisco. You know how expensive that building is? Holy
yeah
ass. Like, yo, get the fuck out of there, man. Get Texas or Florida, they're waiting for you, right? Hell, Arizona, whatever. One of those states. Just show up, man. Just pack your shit and get the fuck out of there, man.
yeah. I love how they're bitching at like how the other thing about all these programmers is that for people who work in the tech industry, they don't know their history of the tech industry very well at all because I mean they think Elon's an asshole, but I've got news for you. There was this
Successful business leaders are assholes. Okay, I'm sorry, right? I hate to rain on your fucking parade, but
yeah, no, I'm currently listening to the Steve Jobs biography on Audible because I am a bit of a Steve Jobs fanboy. Like the guy, the people forget that Steve Jobs was like constantly firing people like back during the 80s because
but
people kept complaining, I don't want to build this. Yeah, the Mac can't do this. And he's like, well, fucking make it do
yeah.
this. Otherwise you're fired.
Do these employees realize that they're really not getting any fucking sympathy from the common people? Like, did they not realize? Like, they're going on Twitter, oh my god, my boss asked me to come in and work on Saturday. This is so horrible. Like, welcome to the working world, you fucking bitch. Like, there's a whole shit ton of people that have to do this every weekend for like for the last 30 years. Welcome to the real world. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the oh my god, I have to go to the actual office. That was the real one that got me too. Was like, okay, you live in California and you're upset that you're upset you have to go into the office for like a normal, 8-hour workday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. The humanity.
Like, it amazes me just how out of touch these fucking people are. I'm like, is are our kids that fucked up? Like, yeah, there's Gen Z that well. Actually, I probably just answered my own question, but like, yeah, is Gen Z actually that fucked up? The answer is a resounding yes. I mean, look,
Well, and the other thing too is it's never it's never the people with like average GPAs either. It's all the smart kids that are like, I know how to code. I'm smart, therefore I'm better than you. It's like, yeah, we know you're smart, but you're also a fucking prick too.
well, we also know they have no life skills. Like, yeah, maybe the fucking the free lunches are there because these people are too fucked up to even go out to Wendy's and get themselves a cheeseburger or some shit. Like, yeah, like Jesus, it's like
uh,
our kids are fucked, man. I mean, I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, no. It's it's weird. I mean, the thing with it is a lot of these kids that are complaining, they're not even kids, but they have the mentality of basically just giant babies. I don't know what else to say. So
I cannot imagine how expensive that property is. The Twitter headquarters, that property building. I can't imagine how fucking expensive that shit is, because you're talking, um, like those properties. You're talking even the small houses on that in that fucking in that district in San Francisco are like multi-million-dollar houses. Like, now extrapolate that to a huge, monumentally large fucking building that's like at least 10 times the size of those fucking houses. Like, I imagine that, like, they're paying, first off, I mean, I mean, you're talking probably over 100 million probably for the building alone. And then property taxes on that bitch are probably like insane up the wazoo. The what all the operational expenses on that building are probably insane too. um I mean, yeah, he needs to get the fuck out of California, and San Francisco's turning into a giant shit. Or it already. I'm sorry. Let me scratch that. San Francisco is already a giant shithole, right? We get the fuck. He needs to get the fuck out of there.
yeah. No, listen, I'm sure I know that Florida would love to have, um,
Oh
if
yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure. I'm
if
sure they're going. I'm sure all the red states down south are fucking ready to participate in war games for his fucking, or for his services.
I will send in my resume to Twitter
Oh,
if
how awesome would it be? How awesome would it be to fucking work in this Twitter? Like this fucking Twitter? Oh my God. I imagine that would be so awesome. Like,
yeah.
yeah, because like I was watching like a couple weeks ago, I was watching The Internship. By the way, that movie's shit. But anyway, um, and to see some of the stupid shit that goes on with like the hiring process and all the stuff that's going on with that. And I'm sure they have all kinds of fucking trainings and shit, like
Yeah, now that's the movie where like Owen Wilson becomes
yeah,
like a goo. Okay, yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, all that shit is real though. That's the thing.
Like they got crazy like you know, seahorse person awareness week or some shit like that. Like, fuck you, man. Like, yo, just do it. Just come over here and do your fucking job. All right. That's like, it's like, oh, I just, there's so much stupid shit. Um, like I hated the one of the things I hate about the business major was, like, we used to talk about like stupid shit, like entrepreneurship. Like, they wanted you to be an internship, an entrepreneur, but you're creating ideas for the fucking company. Like, no smart person's gonna go along with that, right? Like, if I work and I come up with a fucking awesome idea, I'm gonna try to capitalize on that shit as much as humanly possible. I'm not giving that shit to your company. Like, fuck you. Like, I
Yeah, to be fair though, I actually did do that for like a company my senior of college, and they actually did pay me. So that was
yeah.
good, I guess.
So they'll probably give you like $1,000 for this fucking really awesome idea that's worth way more than that. Like, no, I'm good.
I mean,
I'm cool.
I got 5 hundo for an idea from like a marketing company. So I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, it'd be cool if it was like you were up there, in like in the company, and you have a whole lot already invested in that company. I guess
Yeah.
that would probably be one thing. But if you're a fucking intern, or you're like some low level employee or entry level employee, like, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm not gonna give my idea to you so that you could butt fuck me out of that and then fire me like six months later. You kiss my ass.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school or something. I don't know.
I'm kind of like I said, I'm just happy that the old Twitter is starting to come back. I missed it,
Yeah,
honestly.
I love it. It is. It's so much better. It is for me. It's like so much better because one, there's nowhere close to as many like bot accounts. Like the bot accounts are damn near gone. Like, I mean, you got troll accounts, but I mean, you're not going to get rid of troll accounts. Like, and part of that is just kind of, you know, I don't know if I want to get rid of the troll accounts. I'm like, I like, I kind of like troll accounts because I'm kind of a troll myself,
Oh
So
yeah.
you can't be that bad. I mean,
What do you make of this whole FTX thing that's going on?
honestly, crypto's like the fact that you know that this happened tells it kind of solidified my original opinion that crypto is a fucking Ponzi scheme. Like all cryptos are Ponzi schemes, and because I mean, look, the FTX ran like a complete fucking Ponzi scheme, and we're seeing it. Like these guys ran that shit like Bernie Madoff, man, and like I don't know. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't really know about I
Ponzi
don't
schemes. You
yeah, I don't really know. All I know about the FTX thing is like I guess the guy was like a major I guess the guy was like the second biggest donor to
Well,
the
they have
DNC.
so there's like most companies now have like uh they have two people in the company. Like you have one person that gives to Democrats, and you have another one that gives to um to Republicans. And there was an FTX employee that did donate a shit ton to Republican employees too. A lot of them were like, the establishment swamp
Yeah.
rat Republican uh, politicians. But that's how they do it because they like hedging their bets. Like, so whoever wins, they really can kind of uh, take advantage of it. Like the big pharma does it all the time. Like they give money to both sides of the political aisle, and it's I don't know.
Yeah, no, it, yeah, no, Abdul. I don't really have a lot to say on it. People wanted me to cover it, and I'm like, look, I don't really have anything to say on it other than, like, I'm not surprised it happens. I mean, I like the idea of crypto in theory. It's just like, I
It
don't
has
know.
to be. It has to be like you. It has to be genuinely decentralized, and like if you could, and if you can buy it on crypto.com, or you can buy it on like you know Binance or whatever, it's not. It's no longer decentralized. It's centralized now. So
Yeah,
I mean, crypto's only the value of crypto is only valuable in its ability to be decentralized. And yeah, which and that's in theory. In practice, I just don't believe that it's real. Like I think it's a scam or a Ponzi scheme, whatever you want to call it.
Whiskey says you should be talking about human trafficking and treason. In regards to Biden, okay, but Whiskey, you got to be more specific because like that's basically
Is it
Biden's entire
is
shtick,
it
though.
I
Is
I'm wondering if he's talking about the pending investigation that they're going to be going into with the Biden administration. Like as soon as the Republicans took control of the House, were basically like a group of Republicans were like, we're investigating Biden and his role with his son's shady, nefarious dealings and yada yada yada, which I don't think is going to get anywhere. But I mean, I don't know, because I mean, and I'm going to talk about this. Like, I'm going to try to talk about this in depth with my podcast. But like, I just I'm in the belief that the United States is just like a cartel state. Like, I don't think there's anything like, you know, constitutionally correct about our country anymore. Like, everything within our system's corrupt. Everyone's bought, everyone's paid for, everything. Um okay, I'm trying to read the Whiskey Runner one. There's a probe into him now. They are seriously pursuing an investigation. They had a press conference 2 days ago. Yeah. So that's what he's talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did see something on that.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing in regards to that, right? Right now they're talking about a probe, and I'll believe it when I see it, because they were talking about probing Obama back in 2012 when the Benghazi thing happened, right? Same with the Clintons. Nothing happened as a result of it. Now,
I mean, it would be good if you had, if our country wasn't full of fucking idiots, but like, because like probes are and investigations are meant to bring information to light, right? So whatever they decide to do with it, like they'll bring the information out and they'll put it on congressional record, and so that way, if you lie or whatever, they have it on perjury, they have it on record, and then whatever they find, they can bring that out into the public. But I mean, as far as what they're going to do about it, I mean, it's not. I don't think that there's going to be anything, because I don't think there's going to be enough people that really give a shit about what happens to it.
I wonder though, because I've been switching tab. I've been looking at different tabs. I did see something on the New York Post just like a moment ago about let me see if this is relating. I think this might relate to what Whiskey is talking about. Ex-Hunter Biden partner Tony
Bobolinsky, yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it.
Tucker Carlson interviewed him a couple years ago.
No, he interviewed him a couple weeks ago too.
Yeah.
Though. And to answer your question, Whiskey, I read the news a lot, but I actually don't have cable, so unfortunately. I don't even have an antenna, honestly. Actually, I probably should have one, but yeah,
I don't know. I feel like everything and anyone's available for the right price. Everything, there's nothing out there or not out there that isn't corrupted, like, and I go deep into it, and I'll go deep into this on the podcast too, but like, there's like, I'm going to try to explain this in like layman's terms. Okay. So, God, what the fuck? I forget who I forget those. Anyway, so some liberal professor had said a couple years ago that the United States is a failed social experiment, and And as much as I respected that professor, and as much as I, you know, I thought his work was okay, I can't agree with that, because like when you run a social experiment of any kind, you're running it with the expectation that everything else, like the tools, the research, the information, everything um is clean, it's pure, it's objective, it's not corrupted. And we know that when the United States, when the government as a whole, with when everything runs um, objectively, when it's clean, when it's clean mostly of corruption, the United States is one of the best countries on earth. The Constitution is one of the best literary pieces ever written. However, look, today in 2022, everything is corrupt. You got the judges are corrupt, the prosecutors are corrupt, the politicians are corrupt, the everything, every piece of our systems are corrupt, and you got juries that are freaking biased, and you know, like there's no, our justice system cannot guarantee a free and fair trial anywhere. So like, there's no like, so we're not really, it's not that it's a failed social experiment. You're just like, the social experiment's been tainted. So
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is what I was reading. Ex ex Hunter Biden partner Tony Bobulinski vows U.S. will be shocked by GOP probe. Hunter Biden's former business associate Tony Bobulinski has hailed the forthcoming House Republican investigation into the first family's business dealings, insisting that Americans will be shocked by the evidence turned up. I'm hoping that that's the case.
And not only that, like I'm pretty sure this dude's probably a slime ball too. I mean, I'm not like, I mean, if you're going to business with these shady fuckers, there's probably a little bit of you that's like,
yeah,
slimy as hell as well. But like, I mean, I would like to look. Nothing would make me more happier than to see these people, get investigated.
Well, I mean, he might be shady, but I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, who knows? He might have had a come to Jesus moment. He might seek redemption or something. He might be seeking redemption.
Who knows? One can only hope. But I mean, I don't know. I have my reservations.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised, because when Tucker interviewed him a few years ago, it was right before the 2020 election, and I'm like, if Biden runs, this guy is going to be like in a swamp somewhere face down.
Well, I mean, he's fucking with the Bidens, not the Clintons, so I think he might at least be alive.
Well, yeah. that is a good point, but I mean, I don't know. They are kind of all interconnected with each other at some point, I would think. I mean, yeah, it's listen, if Biden gets impeached because of his involvement with the Chinese, I would love that. However, that would also mean that we get stuck with camel toe, which
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything will come of it. I think there will be like, well, first off, I mean, obviously, like, there's not enough votes to do anything like remove them from power or anything like that. So there's that. I don't think that there's anyone. Not only that, like, I think he's running. So like Joe Biden said he was running, which is fucking comical. But in 2024, I don't know if they're going to be able to come up with another person to run against Trump or DeSantis or whoever it is running on the Republican ticket. So they might have to. I mean, they might have to be, it might have to be Joe Biden, or it might have to be, somebody with entrenched swamp Democrat, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's not that I don't want it. It's that I just don't, it's not possible. It's just not possible.
I mean, listen, I have like a cautiously optimistic attitude about all this, right? Like if the probe does do what it does, then great. But I'm at the point in politics where I've been disappointed enough where I guess the Machiavellian side of me is kind of like, well, we'll just wait and see. Including this, listen, I wasn't really excited about the Twitter thing at all until it actually happened, right? Because I wasn't sure it was going to. Again, this is why I say, especially to Ash, baby steps.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah, and you're right. Like stuff like this has to be done right, and if it's done right, then it's going to be slow. It's going to be methodical. It's going to have all the little, little inches here and there. So
the thing with it is just because I mean I have to explain this to people a lot, but it took the left 50 years to get to instigate into basically take over the country, right? More than that, it took over 100 if you really want to get down to it. And they were patient. They bided their time and whatnot. And I love Ash, don't get me wrong, but one of the things that he is that I do have to agree with, that I do kind of have to disagree with him on, is he's like, well, we're living in clown world, and how can people not see what's going on? Like, that's ultra blackpilled. And I'm like, because they've done a really good job of convincing the vast majority of people that none of this shit matters. So
yeah, Whiskey said this is exactly what's wrong with conservatives, a bunch of pussies. I don't think the guys leading the probe are pussies. Define pussy, because I don't know. I don't know. There's a whole lot of pussies within the GOP. So I mean, you get your onesies and twosies that but like, I think for the most part, we have a lot of them. So I mean, there's a lot of them, and a lot of them, they're pussies, and they're crooked, and they're lazy, and they're like, I don't know.
Well, see, a lot of like the Republicans insiders I know, and I'm actually friends with one. One of my childhood best friend is a GOP staffer, and I love him to death. But he and I argue all the time because I believe that the left is fundamentally evil, right? And he just thinks they're really bad with government. And that's the other thing you have, Whiskey, is you have a lot of Republicans who are like, well, Joe Biden's not actually bad. He's not a bad guy. He's just shitty at at governing. is all. But
Mhm.
really, he's just a harmless old man, and it's like no, these people are a lot more nefarious than you want to give them credit for.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think. I don't know. I even like because you and I even saw it at the small college level. You know, like we saw a bunch of shady shit on the real
oh
small,
yeah,
real lower level college level, and like, and if you see that shady shit there, it's like that. Imagine what the real world is like. Like DC is probably way worse.
yeah. I also I kind of have to I kind of have to laugh not at Sean, but like I feel like Sean, you know, when the whole Penn State thing got happened, obviously that's disappointing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wasn't really surprised. The first thing I told him was, "Well, what did you think was gonna happen? What did you think was gonna happen, kiddo? You invited Milo on to you know, back to campus. Did you really think that they would allow you to invite Gavin McGinnis onto a college campus?"
Well, uh, I mean, to be fair, I mean, it put him on the map. I mean, look, his picture was on the Daily Mail. Like it was on the Daily Mail. I'm like, dude, this like he's somebody now. I mean,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
no,
I've always, I've always thought. I
don't.
mean, I've always thought highly of Sean, but like, there's sometimes, yeah, kid's a bleeding heart, right? He's a bleeding heart in a world where everybody is fucking soulless, right? Just like sometimes I don't know. I
It,
love him
it
to death. I love him to death, though. I mean,
it
I do.
it is ironic that he's a bleeding heart, like yet he's conservative. Um,
You know, I'm a pushback. Like, okay, so he does say he's conservative, but he does have those. He does have moderate like views about him. Like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
do.
that I know that.
Yeah.
Don't settle for for that. Well, nothing is gonna happen. That's what got us into this. We have to press them. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with that. My whole thing though is if they if they don't if nothing does come of this, uh, I mean I'm gonna be upset, but I'm not basically uh placing all my eggs in the basket, right? Because there were a lot of people that thought that the Benghazi you know, probe was going to get Obama impeached from office. It didn't.
Hmm.
And then they were like, well, you know, that's not, you know, that's not good, but we're still not going to vote for Mitt Romney, even though he would still be better than Obama.
Hmm.
So it's like the GOP does kind of shoot themselves in the foot when.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, they do. They do. They, but I mean, I don't. A lot of them. I think that because there's this like microcosm of you got some of these people that come in and they do mean well. You know, they do legitimately mean well. But you also have you're going to DC and you're going up against these like just totally monster fucks that don't care at all, that are just in it like they're in this for the money, the power, you know, whatever. And then it's like, I don't know. like I look at the midterms and I'm like, of course they're, Mitch McConnell would rather have Democrat control than have Republican control, but knowing that those people are freaking MAGA Republicans or whatever you want to call them.
Okay, now the thing that I'm looking at is who is the thing that I'm looking up is who is in this probe right now.
There's a bunch of people I've never heard of. I mean, I don't see.
Well, that might be good. That might be good then.
It could.
Maybe.
Okay, it could be good.
Okay. PBS. Let me see. Maybe I should go to InfoWars for this. See what the crazy people have to say about this.
As long as they don't talk about like extraterrestrial lizard people or something, like I think we'd be all right. No, okay. I like you, and this is the thing too. Like the people that freaking watch that digest the news from NBC, like you realize that like InfoWars, even with all of the shit that they're going through right now, is still probably more journalistically correct than NBC. Like just so much, just because of all the bullshit that they pump out on an everyday basis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am somewhat optimistic about. I did see that people are pushing back against the Maricopa County thing, so that's good. I guess I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that this morning. I'm just kind of surprised that Arizona has been corrupted twice, though. They always seemed pretty solid to me.
I mean, Arizona's got a lot of Republicans. Like I like if you've ever been there, like it's swamped full of Republicans. Like the MAGA kind too. Like
okay,
yeah.
I did see Whiskey sent a link to this press conference, so let me see if I can. Let me see if I can pull that up. I was going to go over Trump's speech, but I mean, I did do a short Substack video on that. So
we are releasing a report today that details what we have uncovered. We are also sending letters to the Biden administration officials and Biden family associates renewing our request.
Can you hear the audio of that? Or
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Request for voluntary production of documents relevant to this investigation. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and why he lied to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's international business schemes. National security interests require the committee to conduct investigation, and we will pursue all avenues that have long been ignored. Committee Republicans have uncovered evidence of federal crimes committed by and to the benefit of members of the president's family. These include conspiracy or defrauding the United States, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, violations of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, tax evasion, money laundering, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Biden family's business dealings implicate a wide range of criminality, from human trafficking to potential violations of the Constitution. In the 118th Congress, this committee will evaluate the status of Joe Biden's relationship with his family's foreign partners and whether he is a president who is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars and influence. I want to be clear. This is an investigation of Joe Biden. And that's where the committee will focus in this next Congress.
Okay. Well,
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top.
Shut up, what?
Lester Holt.
Yeah, shut up. No, that actually does give me some optimism.
Well, I will say this. Looking at the video, one person did kind of give me a little bit, like, I saw Byron Donalds behind the speaker. He's one of the like Florida Republicans.
Yeah.
He's very, like, I like him a lot. He's incredibly intelligent. He is incredibly well spoken, and he if he's on whatever is going on, I'm like, okay, that I could be up for that. Like, but I mean, there's a lot to consider when you're looking at this situation. It's like, well, obvious. I'm almost guaranteeing that the Biden family is going to be heavily represented legally. Not only that, there's going to be, I would imagine there's going to be administrative privilege being exercised here. And I'm not sure, like, we've known about a lot of this stuff for like the last 2 years. So like, I don't know how much evidence has been shredded or disposed of. And then I don't know what, I mean, how many people are actually going to play ball on either side of the political aisle? Like, there's a lot to like kind of analyze, and
there are a lot of moving parts to this. I will tell you this though, the fact that they're bringing up the human trafficking thing though, I will say that does give me some hope, right? Because we know, ladies and gentlemen, we know that Hunter Biden is in human trafficking. Deep down, we all know that, and YouTube can take this stream down, whatever. I don't care. I mean, listen, I've seen photos of Hunter Biden that I wish I hadn't.
No, those photos were awful. Like, that's like, you can't unsee that shit. It's bad. It's bad.
On the plus side, I do have a bigger dick than Hunter Biden does, but that's not saying much.
Seriously, he's hung like a moose. It's so, I mean, you just had to add that dick joke in there, didn't you? You just had to do it. You had to do it. Now, I mean, like, how? Like I really don't have very much faith in, like, Gen Z, especially. Like, they know what happened, and like they voted for this dickhole anyway. Like, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not sure that they did vote for him. That dude.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And
because Gen Z, okay, I was reading Gen Z voted something like heavily in favor of Democrats, which, I mean, I was looking up statistics and I'm like, well, first off, not as many. It doesn't look like there was as many Gen Z that voted in this election as the last election, and like, but I don't know.
Yeah, but that's also in the cities. Okay, so Whiskey did send the full press conference. So, let's okay, let me scroll in. Yeah. I love how they always have, like, you know, people coughing and shit right before these press conferences start and whatnot.
Clear. Joe. We also found plans made to the United States where the Biden family swindled investors. And that's evidence. Here. All right, well, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. Today we're going to provide you with something that you all aren't used to with respect to congressional investigations. And that's evidence. Committee Republicans have spoken with multiple whistleblowers from numerous schemes involving the Biden family, reviewed Hunter Biden's laptop, and received documents of previously unknown transactions. What we found are business plans aimed at targets around the world based on influence peddling, including with people closely tied to foreign governments like China and Russia. We also found plans made to the United States where the Biden family swindled investors of hundreds of thousands of dollars, all with Joe Biden's participation and knowledge. In 2019, his campaign for president, Joe Biden told the American people he had nothing, had conversations with his family about their business dealings. That was a lie. Whistleblowers describe President Biden as chairman of the board for these businesses. He personally participated in meetings and phone calls. Documents show that he was a partner with access to an office. To be clear, Joe Biden is the big dog. This evidence raises troubling questions about whether President Biden is a national security risk and about whether he is compromised by foreign governments. Despite the president's claim that he wasn't involved in Biden family business schemes, these photos show Joe Biden meeting with his family associates while vice president. Committee Republicans have identified over 50 countries the Biden family sought businesses in. On the international side of the Biden family business, the deals were often led by Hunter Biden. And that map there behind the flag shows all the countries where the Bidens had a footprint in international business dealings. The investigation reveals a family that engaged with some of America's most powerful adversaries, planning to sell one of the largest sources of cobalt for electric vehicles in the world to the Chinese, for example. The Bidens flourished and became millionaires by simply offering access to the family. Among the dozens of shell companies the Bidens set up, there were millions of dollars of wire transfers, flights on Air Force Two to conduct personal business, and meetings with heads of state, all while Joe Biden was aware of what was happening. All the while, he turned a blind eye. Many transactions related to these businesses have raised red flags at U.S. banks. A suspicious activity report, or SAR, is a document a bank must file with the Treasury Department when a transaction is suspected to be related to money laundering or fraud or other types of criminal activity. According to media reports, the Biden family accumulated over 150 SARs. One SAR generated by an American bank to the Treasury Department connects Hunter Biden and his business associates to international human trafficking, among other illegal activities. The money that was being made from foreign principals in the same room as Joe Biden was increasingly spent on furthering illegal activity. The SARs show that Hunter Biden was conducting business with suspected human traffickers. The money gained through influence peddling was funneled to a suspected criminal enterprise, again, one linked to human trafficking. We have repeatedly called on the Biden Treasury Department to release additional financial documents to committee Republicans, but thus far Treasury has refused. We want to know what the Biden administration is trying to hide from the American people and why they are not being transparent. We also found evidence Hunter Biden sought to evade these SARs using his financial advisor, coincidentally a Clinton administration official, We will continue to pursue all evidence, and specifically the SARS and bank records in the new Congress. As part of our investigation, we have evidence that the finances, credit cards, and bank accounts of Hunter and Joe Biden were commingled, if not shared. And on some accounts, at least, red flags were.
So the Clintons are involved in this partially, then, I guess. Or at least administration officials are. And also, Ash, I have no idea who's running the camera. But yeah, no. I mean, if JP Morgan isn't covering for the Bidens, then then this thing might actually have legs. But yeah,
I mean, we've kind of known that a lot of, like, we knew that, like, with the Hunter, with all the Hunter Biden bullshit, like, we knew that that Joe was involved in some form or another. There's just no way that Hunter could make that many business deals all over the world without Hunter, or without Joe not being a part of it. That's not. It doesn't even pass the smell test. Like,
right.
So
why? Well, I remember there being rumors back in the day of like Biden doing pay for play while being vice president, and everyone called us crazy back then. But
you're a conspiracy theorist. Why don't you go back to InfoWars, you piece of shit?
I take being called conspiracy theorist a badge of honor now, because it turns out a lot of this shit is true. And just to piss more people off, I'm still unvaccinated. So you're welcome.
Yeah. I took the first 2 shots. I think it was the Moderna vax. And I won't take the Pfizer vax. But yeah, after those 2 shots, I didn't take another one ever again.
Didn't you have to, though, since you work for the VA, though? Okay, yeah.
No. I worked for a company, like the company that I worked for. They said I had. They said they were giving them for free, and they were like, and they said for the first 2 ones at that time I had to get them. But of course, after that, I was just like, well, you know what? I'm not taking another one of these fuckers ever again. So fire me if you want to, and they haven't fired me yet. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
But no, okay, so this thing might actually have legs then.
It seems. I mean, look, but I am. The one thing that I am surprised of is that this guy actually participated in, like, if what they're saying is true, that Joe Biden actually participated in conference calls. He had offices. He had access, had damn near full participation in all this shit. Like, then that would be something that's that could be damning, right? If they have legit evidence of it, it could be damning. But I don't even know that, because because you gotta, for it to, I mean, they might have enough to get to do the investigation, but to do the actual charging, you still don't, even though you have the Republican majority, you still don't have enough to charge, right? Because you need 2/3 majority for that. And I don't think you're gonna this. I mean, look, literally, as crooked. I mean, you got to understand, the Democrats are crooked. Joe Biden could diddle a child in front of the fucking House floor, and he's probably not getting booted out. Like that's, I mean, that's how corrupt I think they are, right? So,
yeah. And of course, I mean, the other thing too is, I mean, we didn't have control of the House though either, you know, and some of these other things.
yeah,
And
no,
yeah,
and I'm not arguing that. Like it would be, it's nice to actually have the investigation and like have, like, to put the evidence out there. It's just like, I'm trying to I'm trying to figure what the next, like, if like the Democrats are going to force a vote on the, like, to charge, right? If they're going to just try to force a vote to charge right out of the gate. But I don't think if they can just keep the vote to be able to actually investigate it, and like probably to hire a special counsel or something, whatever the fuck they need to do, that'd be one thing. But
yeah. No, I mean, I agree. If they try running charges out of the gate, it won't do much. I mean, I don't think they're going to do that if they're serious about, you know, this, and they seem so far they're bringing documentation that's good. So
yeah.
So, and yeah, I mean, and Ash, I mean, fuck you. I do have legs. They're crippled.
Thanks to the account owner or owners indicating suspicious or illegal activity. One of Hunter's closest associates, Eric Sherwin, was accessing Joe Biden's money and writing checks to reimburse Hunter. Sherwin arranged the Biden's international deals around the world. At the same time, he was a frequent visitor to the White House and Joe Biden during the Obama administration, visiting close to 30 times and sometimes with international business partners and Hunter, according to Hunter's calendar. Sherwin was also the president of Hunter's company and was appointed by President Obama to a position in the administration. After an apparent falling out with Sherwin, Hunter began coordinating business himself, and increasingly the deals brought in Joe Biden as a direct equity holder. One of these deals involved the sale of American natural gas to China. Evidence suggests Joe Biden had a 10% equity stake through his son. And behind Glenn and Andrew is a map from Hunter's laptop. This was a PowerPoint presentation on his laptop in Chinese that they used in working with the Chinese. Now, let's think about this for a second. At a time when Americans are suffering from high energy prices because of this administration's terrible energy policy, we find evidence that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were involved in a scheme to try to get China to buy liquefied natural gas, and from a whistleblower to try to get their foot in the door with China starting to purchase an interest in natural gas drillers. And people are in outrage over China buying farmland in the Dakotas. What about China starting to buy into our American energy industry at a time when we have an energy crisis because of the bad policies of the Biden administration?
Not just that, but did you hear that they're now setting up, like, I guess, Chinese police department outposts here? Yeah, that is one thing that I did, but I couldn't find anything that was like that didn't look sketchy. But yeah, I mean, I believe it. I believe that, you know, Chinese secret police have bases here now, so it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is I'll say this repeatedly, and I don't care who disagrees with me. What we have right now, we don't have a democracy. We don't have a republic. We have a fucking cartel state. Like, they're moving as like they're untouchable, because they probably are. They don't give a shit about the Constitution. Like they've got a whole bunch of fucking crooked cronies going, like, in our the judges are corrupt, prosecution's corrupt. You got a whole lot. I mean, the politicians, from the state politicians to the federal politicians, to, like, it's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. It's like we've seen narco states in Colombia that are more that are less corrupt than this shit. Like, I mean,
well, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe as corrupt, but yeah, no. I mean, look, if this thing goes through, there are going to be a lot of people. I mean, this could maybe in a good way destabilize the country, I guess, just because there'll be so many people that get sucked out of power here, maybe. But
administration. Now let that sink in. Hunter brought in millions of dollars from this deal from entities tied to the Chinese government. In emails obtained by committee Republicans, Hunter wanted keys made for Joe Biden and Jim Biden, his office mate. He provided Joe Biden's personal cell number and called him his partner. The other partners in that deal were two people closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. And that's behind Andy and Jim, that's the email where Hunter sent to the landlord requesting keys, and the Chinese partners were on the email, and where he said, Joe would need a key, and he even put Joe's cell phone number on there. Domestically, Jim Biden, Joe Biden's brother, used the Biden name to enrich himself in return for the promise that when Joe Biden became president in 2020, business partners would get rich by having access to a future Biden administration. By promising access to financing through Middle Eastern, Russian, and Chinese connections he made through Joe Biden, and by bringing his brother Joe Biden on the phone calls, Jim Biden was able to convince companies to give him loans of hundreds of thousands of dollars that he never repaid. The Biden administration has answered none of our requests for information regarding the Biden family or the financial transactions they engaged in. Instead, the Biden administration has spent over $250,000 to staff to, quote, deflect Hunter storage. Protecting the president's son who has committed crimes with Americans' tax dollars is a waste. The domestic and international scheme that promised access or wealth in a future Biden administration constitute fraud, and the president's participation in enriching his family is, in a word, abuse of the highest order. Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse will be the primary goal of a Republican House Oversight Committee. As such, this investigation will be a top priority. We are releasing a report today that details what we have uncovered. We are also sending letters to the Biden administration officials and Biden family associates renewing our request for voluntary production of documents relevant to this investigation. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and why he lied to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's international business schemes. National security interests require the committee to conduct investigation, and we will pursue all avenues that have long been ignored. Committee Republicans have uncovered evidence of federal crimes committed by and to the benefit of members of the President's family. These include conspiracy or defrauding the United States, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, violation of the Foreign Agent Registration Act, violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, violations of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, tax evasion, money laundering, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Biden family's business dealings implicate a wide range of criminality, from human trafficking to potential violations of the Constitution. In the 118th Congress, this committee will evaluate the status of Joe Biden's relationship with his family's foreign partners and whether he is a president who is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars and influence. I want to be clear. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, and that's where the committee will focus in this next Congress. I now turn it over to Oversight Member and the next chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan.
Thanks, Jamie. So I would just start with this question. What part of Mr. Comer's presentation was Russian disinformation? I mean, never forget what happened on October 19th, 2020, 15 days before the most important election we have in our country. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? 15 days before that, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Clapper, and 49 other people signed a letter that said the following. It is for these reasons that we write to say that the arrival on the U.S. political scene of emails purportedly belonging to Vice President Biden's son, Hunter, has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. They further went on to say, we want to emphasize that we do not know if the emails provided to the New York Post are genuine or not, just that our experience makes us deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in this case. And of course, that letter became the pretext for suppressing this story, again, just days before the most important election we have in our country. So I would ask this, was J.P. Morgan's suspicious activity report to the Treasury Department, was that just a classic earmark of a Russian information operation? How about when Hunter Biden sent the email that Mr. Comer pointed to? Sent the email asking for keys to his new office space, one for himself, one for President Biden, one for his uncle Jim Biden, and one for the emissary for the chairman of the Chinese energy company CFCC. Was that just Russian disinformation operation in place? What part of Mr. Comer's presentation prompted the FBI to go to Facebook and say, hey, you want to be on the lookout for Russian misinformation here this election season? What part of his presentation would prompt that? And I think it's also important to understand, never forget how this story has changed. I mean, think about this. When it started off, it was, no, it's not his laptop. It's not his laptop. Then it was, well, it's his laptop, but remember, it's Russian disinformation, and no one did anything wrong. Then it was, well, maybe he did something wrong, but President Biden didn't know about it. And now it's, well, maybe President Biden knew about it and was involved, but it didn't influence his decisions. In fact, yesterday, there was a story in Politico which said that. The story in Politico yesterday, investigating investigators, dim strategists to launch counterpunch to House GOP. Story in Politico yesterday, here's what I said in there. Quote, no evidence has publicly emerged that Joe Biden's decisions were affected by his son's business dealings. Wow, we went from it wasn't his laptop and it was Russian disinformation to, oh, whatever was in there didn't affect the president's business dealings, even though he was involved, even though the laptop was real, even though it wasn't disinformation. That's how far we've come. So I think I think there are all kinds of questions that need to be answered, and we're determined to get there. Here's some of them that I have. Did the FBI brief Twitter as well? We know they briefed Facebook. We know that had an impact on the election. There's been surveys done where thousands and thousands of voters across this country said it might have impacted their decision in the election in 2020. Did the FBI brief any of the 51 former intelligence officials who signed that letter? Again, that letter that became the pretext for suppressing this story. Who did the briefings? Who briefed Facebook? Here's a name that I think is interesting. Timothy Tebow. So Mr. Tebow, now remember, we just did a report 2 weeks ago, Judiciary Committee, a report that talked about the political influence and the political shenanigans going on in our Justice Department based on 14 FBI.
Okay, now, due to fair use and whatnot, I'm pausing this for a few minutes. By the way, Phil, is that you Was that you microwaving something?
Sure was.
Oh, I was like,
sure fucking was, man.
I was like, damn.
I was listening to what was, man, that was some fucking presser.
Okay, well, yeah, it's not done yet. We've still got like.
No, but I mean, so far from what I heard.
Yeah. Well, shit. If Jim Jordan isn't on this, then I'm actually, like I said, I'm actually optimistic somewhat on this. The reason why I'm so usually like black-held on committees is because of like, people like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham who would say they're going to uphold election integrity, but then are like, oh, I guess Biden won the. I guess we really do need to, let Biden win. I mean, yeah, January 6th was, that was a false flag, basically.
Well, I mean, it was a Fed entrapment sting.
Oh yeah. And by the way, I mean, there's footage now of Nancy Pelosi basically saying that she wanted to assault Trump, and yet, she's out. She's finally out now after a zillion years. So, I suppose that's good-ish. But yeah, if Jim Jordan is on this whole thing is going to unravel.
Yeah, I got reservations about how honest he is, but anyway.
Who, Jim Jordan?
Yeah.
Do tell. I'm curious.
He has taken many donations from big tech companies, so that may or may not sway his decisions.
Well, like I said, we will wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, right? It sounds great, and I hope they do what they say they're going to do. But we've been down this fucking rabbit hole before.
Yeah. Yeah, Ash. Phil is not microwaving fentanyl. How dare you, sir? How dare you, sir?
No, I don't microwave fentanyl. I grind it up and snort it like a man.
Oh. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing right now, Ash, Mr. Catman, who actually doesn't have a cat yet? But I don't know. Yeah, that's so far so good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it needs to. I mean, from what we've heard, I mean, it needs to be investigated. The problem is, are they?
Well, this came out. Let's see. This was live streamed 2 days ago. So, end of this past week, and it's and next week there's Thanksgiving, so things will be a little, they're probably not going to do much, but hopefully by December, maybe beginning of January of 23, we'll get something, maybe. So
agents who've come talk to our office as whistleblowers. One of those agents said, and this is a term he used, he said, at the highest levels of the FBI, specifically the Washington field office, he said it's rotted to the core. Not talking about rank and file agents. They're doing good work. Talking about the top people at the Washington field office. We had another whistleblower who brought up the name Mr. T-Bolt and said Mr. T-Bolt is pressuring agents to catalog and categorize cases in a specific way to satisfy this narrative about domestic violence extremism. But what's interesting is a different whistleblower, one who didn't come to our office, a different whistleblower who went to Senator Grassley's office, said that Mr. T-Bolt, by the way, the head of the special agent in charge at the Washington field office, Mr. T-Bolt is also the guy who suppressed information about the Hunter Biden story in October of 2020. I'd like to talk to Mr. T-Bolt. In fact, we have asked to talk to Mr. T-Bolt. Even though he said publicly, I welcome a chance to answer questions, he's refused to come in and talk to us. That's someone we need to talk to. Why has the Biden administration suddenly changed their position on suspicious activity reports? Used to be, Mr. Cometh wanted to see him, any member of Congress, any chairman wanted to see him, any ranking member wanted to see him, any member of Congress, any committee, you got a chance to see him. Suddenly, no, we can't see him. I think Mr. Comer and our team at the Oversight Committee would kind of like to see the other 148. They've seen 2. They'd like to see the other 148. So we're committed to getting to the truth, the facts. We think that's what the American people are entitled to. We're gonna try to help Representative Comer and the team here at Oversight with our work on judiciary, but with a specific focus on what the FBI was doing. We know these 51 former intel officials. They got security clearance. How often are they talking to the FBI? Are they talking to the FBI? Who's doing the talking? Who's doing the briefing? Were they briefed? There's so many questions that need answered so we can get to the bottom of this. And the final thing I would say is this. A colleague of mine said this in a committee hearing a few weeks ago, Mr. Gates. He said, when is the FBI going to quit interfering with elections? 2016, they spied on President Trump's campaign. 2018, it was the Mueller investigation. 2020, they suppressed information about the Hunter Biden story. 2022, they raided the president's home 91 days before the election. Maybe it'd be nice if the FBI and the Justice Department just stayed out of it and let we the people decide who we think should represent us, who we think should lead us. That's supposed to be how America works. So this is the focus on the Judiciary Committee, the political nature at the Justice Department, and the linkage now to what was happening with the Hunter Biden story. Again, just 15 days before we have presidential elections.
We'll be happy to answer questions, anyone on the committee.
Okay. So I'm assuming that that's the end. If it's just a Q&A.
Yeah.
Whiskey says that he can find any big tech donations.
I'll look at that one up too, because I know that there's. Hold on, I'm multitasking over here. Yeah, I know there is some donations that were given, whether it's to one of his PACs or or to him directly, and there are definitely there's definitely donations from at least one company, and then there's employees of other companies. So, but hold on, I'm I got the I'm talking to you on my cell phone, so hold on.
Yeah, I kind of. Well, I mean, if it's employees of a certain company, I mean, that's one thing, I guess. But it's different. It's
no, I mean, it's not. I'm talking like significant employees of the company, not like if some fucking pencil pusher. I don't give a shit about them. But if it's like a vice president or some shit like that, then you're talking about that's more significant because they're in charge of those are the ones that have the pull the day-to-day operational stuff. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. No, I'm not on my actual computer where I look this up. Did you just sigh at me, you fucker? No, I'm just playing. I'm kidding. I'm just
sighing in general, and also okay, my camera's fine. Thought my camera was going crazy there for a sec, but it's fine. So, by the way, no one's noticed for the last few episodes that I do have a new camera, but I guess that's good because just means that things look natural, I guess, with the show. But yeah, no, this is actually encouraging. I mean, I've been
yeah, absolutely. I've been
Well, I mean, I've actually been pretty good this week. I'm not as I haven't been. I wouldn't say I'm black pilled. I'm more like gray pilled. In all honesty. And if you think Phil is black pilled, whiskey, you need to talk to Ash because no offense, Ash, but you're like becoming one of the most black pilled people that I know. Um, and you missed the first half of the episode, but I basically said like 49 to 52. I don't, in that Twitter poll, I don't care. That's I wasn't really expecting that, but yeah, better get red pilled. Yeah, I mean,
Let's see here.
when I mean gray pilled, I mean that like I'm white pilled though too partially. So, but
He's definitely, let's see here. Jim Jordan's definitely taken money from Alphabet or Google. Let's see here. Let's see some of these ones. He's definitely taken money from Pfizer. He's taken money from the Coke industry. He's taken money from Comcast. Let's see here. I'm trying to go down the list of people who's National Beer Wholesalers Association. Oh, I bet that's an awesome fucking group. Let's see here. Citizens United. Yikes. All right.
I mean, I think DeSantis took money from the beer.
Yeah.
I guess people are upset because DeSantis took money from Ben Shapiro, which I don't know. There are worse people that you could take money from than Ben Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, though I think could be an early Christmas, maybe.
I'd like it. But yeah. Yeah, I would. It's
Whiskey wants to know if that info is from Politico that you found.
no, that's from Open Secrets.
Let me see. Open Secrets.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. That was in 2020 or 2019, 2020. They donated $10,000 to his PAC.
That's not a lot in the grand.
I mean, it's enough. It's enough. Here.
I wonder, going back to Twitter, Elon needs to fix the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
Although I am seeing Mr. President trending on. Let's see what this is. Yep. Oh, it's a lot of people wishing happy birthday to Joe Biden. Yeah, this is I believe this press conference also took place on Biden's or like a few days before Biden's birthday too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
there's an endless supply of jokes. Fucking 80 years old. We're going to hell. Each and every one of us. Jeez.
waving at people that aren't even there.
Trying to shake hands with people that aren't even there. Fucking Jesus.
I imagine the Secret Service is just one giant game of Mr. Magoo.
Mm.
If I ever became president of if I ever became president, I would. Well, first off, I'm pretty sure I've told you I would put you in charge of the War Department and Phil.
Oh.
And yeah, because we need crusty old vets like you in
Jesus.
running the military.
Damn, just went out with the crusty old. You could have just said veterans. You just went, oh, crusty old veteran. Like, damn.
We'll see that's a compliment.
Oh, it's a
though.
term of it. Crusty old
Yeah.
veteran is a term of endearment, is it?
Yeah. The crustier the better.
Jeez, with friends like you, who needs it? No, I'm just playing. I'm kidding. No,
Well,
I like the military. Look, the military. It's no surprise. It's no big secret. Like, the military needs a gross overhaul.
Yeah.
With a because the military's corrupt too. I remember being in Afghanistan when when Army contractors built a freaking $15 million building over there, and when they pulled out, they built it on a fob, right? And so when it was time to leave that fob, the Afghanis could not afford to keep that building even up and running. So what they did was they tore it down like a couple months later. That was like $15 million just up in smoke.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it was yeah, like shit like that. Like you need like a gross overhaul. And you got a lot of these generals that are in charge are just looking for that next job, being in, with the military industrial complex companies.
Yep, you said the magic word. The magic words. I was just ready to bring that up. The military industrial complex, which needs to go, but good luck with that because even Eisenhower was warning about them back in the 50s. If you believe the stories about JFK, he was trying to get rid of them and got shot over it.
You got to reel them in. You're never going to get rid of them. You just got to reel them in. And a lot of that is just like increasing competition, increasing it's like with big pharma, right? The more competition, the better, right? And we have the major companies, the major defense companies have these like exclusive contracts. You're talking about your Lockheed Martin, Booz Allen Hamilton, Northrop Grumman, like all these companies have like exclusive contracts with the government. So you have, they could pretty much pump out shit, and the government basically sits there and takes it. I would be like, yeah. I would have to be dictator in order for any of that to be able to get what I want, right? Because and if I would do that, then I would be like, okay. And any action that destroy that is detrimental to the United States will result in imprisonment, and or execution. I wouldn't, because if you're a defense company, and you're taking taxpayer money, it needs to be money well spent. Waste would be waste would be horrible. Fraud would be horrible. Yeah.
By the way, we've got a gamma incoming.
Shit.
I sent Apex. I sent you the link via Twitter. I'll send you via Discord too if I can get my desktop app of Discord to load here. But yeah. I mean, the military industrial complex, I don't know. I think they're corrupt just like everything else, but yeah, they definitely need to be wheeled in. That's one thing I definitely think that Tulsi Gabbard is right about. So let me see.
All right. I'm gonna have to get off.
That is fine. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Absolutely, man. By the way, give Sam some money for fuck's sake, okay? Can you not see he's in Florida, okay? And the women aren't as easy as they used to be. I mean, they're still pretty easy down there. They're not as easy as they used to be. Okay, so give him some money so he could, so he could have a naked chariot ride. Okay, or so somebody else could have a naked chariot ride.
Streamlabs.com / the Whitfield report.
Put it out, man. All right, man. Take care of yourself, Sammy.
All right, you too. Thanks for coming on, and happy Thanksgiving if I don't talk to you before.
Likewise, man. We'll talk again. Happy Thanksgiving anyway.
All right, thanks for coming on, man. So, all righty then. Let's bring in the gamma, folks. Okay. Catchphrases are getting old. Yeah, I know. Hey, Gamma, how are you doing?
Hey, shut up, bitch. I'm on the show. Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing, Sammy? Sorry I wasn't able to join earlier.
Oh, it's okay. Who were you screaming at? Was that
Oh, look, I had to take some time off to do some hate crimes this evening. Bully some Mexicans and some blacks, just because I had to get out that white fragility rage on some minorities. So I happen to have a couple kidnapped here in my room. That's who I was yelling at. So you hear some noises. That's ignore that.
Were you doing any hate crimes with your Oh, okay.
What? With my what? With my baseball bat or my my 9mm, because both.
I was gonna say if it's Mexican related, were you smashing them with your
My tiny penis. I mean, no, we'll save that for later. That's once they're nice and broken. And no, uh,
by the way, Gamma, your dad is here on stream,
oh yeah,
or your internet dad at least.
who's that?
Welcome to the show, Whiskey Runner.
Oh, Whiskey. What up, Whiskers? My nigga, can you hear me?
He's on. I think his mic input got messed up.
Yeah, it's just like a boomer, huh? Right, Sammy?
Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, man, have you been you've been suspended from Twitter for.
Yeah, I was suspended for a week because, and I guess I should have known better. I haven't been able to find the article, but I also didn't really look that hard. But something popped up by a couple of news sources of a janitor that was like, it was like I think it was a university, or it was some big place. He'd been there for like 15 or 20 years or something. And it turned out that he had been bringing his garbage from home to work to throw in the dumpsters to avoid paying, the trash pickup fees for his house. Which, look, for fair fucking game. I mean, the trash companies, depending on where you are, will rip you the fuck off. And look, he was bringing a couple bags in the trunk of his car, throwing them in the dumpster. And people, like, it was an article, like, kind of, I mean, depending on which source it was from, were kind of admonishing this man for, and his talking to his coworkers were like, oh, he's such a cheap guy, blah, 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 blah. And I commented, that man deserves the death penalty. And immediately I got a 7-day ban.
Oh, and yeah, and I imagine you were being. It was like one of those sarcasm things.
Well, of course he doesn't fucking deserve the death penalty. In fact, I don't think he did anything wrong. But
yeah, well, that's like when Twitter suspended me for 3 days because I made an Owen Benjamin joke about Saucon being a whore, and it literally thought I was like, it suspended me for making degrading comments at women.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Elon, you gotta work on Twitter's sarcasm, or just rip the fucking thing out.
Yeah, I'm not even so sure about the future of Twitter under Elon. I mean, I know it's definitely fun and exciting, but the whole, I mean, in a sense, I like the idea of monetizing verification, just because that eliminates. You no longer are the product. There's that old saying, if the product is free, you are the product. You're the one that's getting sold. So if you're paying for a service, there's not so much advertising shoved down your throat, and there's not so much, therefore not so much leverage from the advertisers and shit like that. But Elon's a fucking lunatic autist, with a shitload of money. And I mean, he should be focusing on. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess go ahead.
I mean, I understand why people are skeptical. Okay, I do, but this is the other thing of like, I mean, I don't know. On the one hand, I understand why people are skeptical, but on the other hand, this is a guy who, like, everyone, including me, was skeptical as to whether or not this guy could build rockets or electric cars because this was the guy who started PayPal. I'm like,
Sure.
I'm like, what the fuck? You mean to tell me that the PayPal guy is going to be building electric cars and shit? Good luck with that. And
Well,
now
to be fair, Sammy, like he didn't build the ships and he didn't build the electric cars. Like he did build PayPal, but
yeah.
he has what he has done is through his effectively sheer force of will and money. Whoa, whiskey's in a wind tunnel.
God damn, Phil's a fucking idiot.
Well, why do you have a fucking 1995 static TV screen?
Oh, I have my camera enabled, but I don't even have a camera, so that's the problem.
Yeah, so you should disable that because it's fucked up.
Let me see if I can turn it off.
You should be able to. It's just a start-stop video right at the bottom of the screen there, bub.
I
should
kinda,
be anyway.
I kind of
There
like
we go.
it.
Oh, it's still Oh, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Turn it back on because the sound's still there.
It's not coming through for me.
Oh, I got a static all of a sudden. Anyway, what's up, Mr. Whiskey? How you doing, brother?
What's happening?
Oh,
Same old shit.
Yeah, I took a hatchet and some chain to some minorities earlier. That's what I was doing.
Are you a hitched man yet, Mr. Whiskey? That's what America really wants to know.
Not yet. We're shooting for sometime, hopefully early next year.
So, how do you feel? Never mind. Sorry. We'll talk.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, we can talk more about that when the time comes. But that's as it's been all along, very exciting news, and we all are.
Oh, you can
waiting
probably
with
bust
bated breath.
out the news if you want.
No, I don't. No, I mean, you were just talking about the news that I was referring to. I was gonna ask you what you think about Elon's Twitter, like we were just Sammy and I were just discussing. What do you think? You think he's a master builder of, or some sort of highly driven autist with a shitload of money?
It's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Because I mean, I don't know. Go ahead.
Here's my thing. I'm at the point where, like, if Twitter, I would almost rather see Twitter go down in like a blaze of, because people were like, on Friday, people were like, oh my God, Twitter's going to crash because Elon's an idiot. Elon's not an idiot. And that's my general point. But
no, look, not to confuse, what I'm saying with the hyperbolic, retarded leftists that, you typically talk about. The counter that I'm still on board with most of the idea.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid that it's good. It's so, like, from its inception, basically, has been part of that leftist controlled fucking media monster. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be liberated, and it feels like, I don't feel like it has been. It doesn't seem like much has changed at all. Because again, when I can make just say the death penalty, which is a punishment in the crime code of this country, not even, I mean, I did say he deserves, but I didn't say someone should do it to him. It was a joke. I didn't LOL or say, I mean, do we have to caption our tweets now? This is a joke, because parody accounts have to do that now, or they're banned automatically.
I think that Elon doesn't have his claws far enough inside the fucking Twitter shit yet
For
to
sure.
have fixed all that. I did see Trump was back allowed on, so there's one step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, he's back.
He got allowed back on today.
He is officially then?
Yeah, they haven't done anything about Alex Jones yet, which I don't know if they're going to, but that would be the next step. And I know they are talking about that.
I mean, look, you got to talk about people like fucking Nick Fuentes and Owen Benjamin, too. Like, those cocksuckers should come back, too. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, so Alex Jones actually brought up something I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing, but Alex Jones basically said, "Look, Elon's worried about like advertisers leaving, and right now I wouldn't invite me back on either until he gets like further more in control. Because I mean, like, the Ford Motor Company doesn't want their advertising tweets next to Alex Jones, and
Well, too fucking bad.
Yeah.
right.
Right.
I agree. I'm just saying that thinking from their perspective.
Yeah, well, if they don't like it, they can get the fuck off.
Well, that's the goal, though, I think, is if all these virtue signaling fucking retards in these corporate offices of all these huge major companies, when Twitter becomes actually profitable on its own merit, that these companies are going to have to, the smart ones, the ones with any kind of sense at all, are going to have to reassess. Because the truth is, it should be advertisers and users should be able to curate what the fuck they see.
Exactly. If the users are dumb enough to believe that FOMOCO is fucking involved with Alex Jones because their ad appears next to his picture or
that's
on his
insane.
Page, you're a fucking dumbass. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
insane. Yeah.
There's no ties just because the ad is on the same page as his picture.
Yeah, but when I was in college, that was literally the logic that like a lot of my business professors used, and I was even like, so let me get this straight: Ford Motor Company is afraid that if they're seen in a tweet next to Alex Jones, that people aren't gonna buy Ford Motor cars. Then that's fucking stupid. It has
so their logic is dumb because what if I have a tweet that in your timeline, my tweet ends up right below Biden's? Does that mean I agree with what Biden says? That's fucking retarded logic.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, no, you could expand that, all the way out. You could pull any quote from Twitter, from any random person, and say, you use Twitter, you endorse this because you're on the same fucking platform as someone who said something horrific or whatever, or illegal, that you're also,
implicit by some
implicit.
means.
Yeah.
Implicated. Yeah.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid retard logic. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that somehow that became like a popular and acceptable narrative.
Well, you know what my answer to that is, Sammy? Then I guess your professors, the Twitter is not a space for them.
Right.
Simple.
No.
Yeah, they can go over to Mastodon.
It's like AOC, who's been doing nothing but bitching about Twitter for a solid fucking month since Elon got a hold of it, but she's still there. She won't quit.
Of course. It's because it's the best social media platform, other than like YouTube, which I don't consider a social media platform.
Well, YouTube might get wiped out because old Elon is going to change the platform into something called X, and there's going to be streaming there.
I heard. It's also going to be a payment processor. He plans on making it the everything app.
Yeah, and a man can do it because he used to own PayPal, so we know he knows how to process payments, and he's got people that will obviously not shut his ass down.
Yeah, no. It does. It doesn't anymore. But I mean, people are stupid.
So people, you hear this a lot in the news that, oh, the red wave. Look, it didn't have. Motherfucker, did you see the map of the house? Yeah, the red wave absolutely did fucking happen. I'm sorry to say, as much as they don't want to believe it. So, and you know how the red wave happened? The people voted, Sammy. Don't listen to fucking Black Pill Phil and his bullshit. He's just full of crap. He's sitting here citing these sources. Oh, yeah, Jim took that money from Google, and then you ask him to cite his sources and how much it was. It was $10,000.
Yeah,
Jim wipes his ass with $10,000. That didn't fucking make any difference to him.
That's nothing. Well, all of these people who are like upset that that Trump and DeSantis are like sparring at each other. I'm like, the election is 2 years out, and honestly, I don't even think DeSantis is going to run. He's kind of already hinted that like he wants to stay here. So it's
Well,
fucking.
me and Miss Whiskey talked about this, and we both kind of firmly believe that Florida needs Mr. DeSantis. That's
Oh yeah,
where that's
yeah,
a good
yeah.
place for him. But Trumpy has kind of fucked up and started calling out people on his own side that are his supporters, and he's pissing people off real bad.
Yeah.
So he's ruining his chances. I mean, last week he called out Candace Owens. That was fucking stupid.
Yeah,
You know,
no.
we know she's made her mistakes in the past. She had that fucking server that was collecting names of people that were, said stuff on the internet that didn't fall in line with the leftish. But that, you got to say, that was how many years ago that happened. People's fucking changed their mind over time. And now she's done doing nothing but fighting for the right shit. So when you get Twitter, or when you get Trumpy making them damn dumbass comments, he's fucking himself in the end. Like, I understand that he's got diehard supporters, but the people that are already on the edge with his ass, and then they hear that, it's not good optics at all.
No, it's not, and that's what I explained to people. Like, I'll vote for Trump, but I also understand why he's so divisive. I'm not.
And the right might run, what's his name, Lee from New York that just lost.
I'd be okay. I'd be okay with that, because I mean, I do think that DeSantis needs to stay here in Florida.
Yeah, he's great for Florida.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of Cuban support down there, which is what that area is primarily made of, especially the Miami area.
Yeah,
I think you said something like Miami-Dade is like 68% Cubans.
Yeah, well, it's more like 70. Yeah, and I mean, in Florida had almost no election fraud. There were a couple of people that tried to hijack the election here, but they were all in Miami, and they all got chased away with baseball bats by angry Cubans. From what I've heard.
Oh no, that would be correct. I talked to a friend of mine who lives in Miami, and he was like, I can't believe how many Cubans are down here wearing fucking red T-shirts, with Republican slogans on them, supporting Republican candidates. That is the truth.
Yeah, no, I've sent Miss Whiskey not recently, but I did send her a picture of the Cuban restaurant that I frequent once, and yeah, the owners were wearing MAGA hats. So, but and meanwhile we've got Apex out here committing hate crimes.
Yeah.
In Illinois. So
somebody's got to do it.
So
fuck yeah, bro. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted still.
Speaking of hate crimes and whatnot, I guess Chappelle he made some comments about.
Oh, that was actually really good, man.
No, it was.
I can't remember the last time.
And even though it seemed
SNL
like
did
it
anything
favored,
worth a shit.
Even though it seemed like it favored, Trump, it was very actually neutral. And a lot of fucking people at SNL got pissed about that. A lot of writers were not happy about that situation.
Yeah,
I heard a rumor that he did a fake, like he had a separate audit, or what do you call it, like a pre-show, pre-show monologue that they approved, and then he did that one live, and that's why people got pissed. But dude, I don't even think the Trump shit was that big of a deal, but the Jew shit and Kanye and Kyrie, that was fucking ace.
But to those writers, it's all pro-Trump rhetoric.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. And I watched some of the sketches. They did a House of the Dragon sketch where they literally just brought out like 5 of the old Chappelle Show characters as members of, one of the House of the Dragon. And it's like, it's some member berry shit. It was funny at first, but it was very clear. I didn't watch any more than that, but the monologue was fucking. He crushed it. That was so good.
Yeah, but the only reason I bring that up now is now you have people now you have a certain group of people unironically tweeting that that Chappelle is anti-Semitic for making.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, if you don't ride their narrative, that's what you are.
No, dude, I mean I love the way he did it because he's like, I've been to Hollywood. It's a lot of Jews. There's a lot of Jews. And then he ended the whole thing with saying like, I hope nobody takes anything away from me. Something, whoever they are. Like just
Or he was like,
kiss,
he did
man.
say something about it, if it's a bunch of blacks, it's a gang. And then,
Yeah, if it's black people, it's a gang.
If it's Mexicans, it's the cartel.
Yeah, and if it's Jews,
It's just a coincidence.
it's just a coincidence. You don't talk about that shit. So good. God, it's so good, man.
So
Yeah, he's like Kanye fucked up so bad, Kyrie got in trouble. Oh yes, he's still the GOAT, man.
yeah, I don't know what
Him
what
and
I
Norm.
think-
Yeah, Dave and Norm, for different reasons.
Oh yeah. Well, I think Norm, there have been he did a couple Jew jokes back on
Oh yeah,
SNL. I remember
ton of them.
I remember one
Tons of
about
them. Go ahead.
I remember one about Pat Buchanan having to having to apologize for exposing the Jewish weather machine. So then after you did, the Jews said they would return the weather back to normal on Friday or something like that or something. So,
Yeah.
but
Ugh.
yeah, what do you make of this whole? I guess Biden's going to be investigated for his ties to China now.
Yeah,
and
look,
human
man.
trafficking.
Yeah, look, man, I don't fucking buy any of it anymore. I really don't. The way the way the pendulum so predictably swings on this shit, yet nothing ever fucking happens. Nothing real ever fucking happens. Donald Trump was the most real thing that pretty much anyone alive, most people alive, had ever seen in the realm of politics in this country. You know what I mean? That's why people like him. He's flawed he's more flawed than he's not, depending on how you measure the man. But he's fucking real. That's what Dave was talking about in his monologue. He came out there and was like, I know the system's fucking rigged because I use it. I've been using it my whole life, and obviously that changed over time. And he filled his cabinet with the swamp that he claimed to drink, want to drain, and all blah blah blah, whatever. But in my classic form, I forgot the actual point I was trying to make.
That's why you want to avoid weed kids. Sometimes.
So,
Listen,
I got something to add to that. So I think in the past that we've seen a lot of that shit going on, right? But the thing that changes stuff is, like I mentioned before, the House is red now. And the House is red because the people voted that way, which is telling me that even the leftists are getting tired of this shit. Everybody is getting tired of this shit. And I think people, I don't want to use the term woke for fucking obvious reasons, but I think people are waking the fuck up on this, man. I really honestly do.
I like to believe the same thing, man, but just the objective and perhaps pessimistic side of me, I mean, the signs have been clear since the year 2000 that the powers that be have the ability to sway this shit however they want to. However they deem necessary. It was more dramatic in 2020, the famous meme of the blue spike. Oh, after they stopped counting in the middle of the fucking night. And the midterms seem to be all kinds of fucked up, especially in Arizona again, in a particular county, Maricopa County in particular, and several others. So, I mean, it seems to me that they're only allowing this shit to happen.
But
if it's gonna,
but there is some positives about that, right? The unfortunate problem for them is they fucked with Carrie Lake, and she's not going to let that shit stand. We already know that it's obvious. I mean, this lady was Katie Hobbs was running her own goddamn election. Like, she is the Secretary of State. She controls the election. She should have honestly backed down from her position when she started running for governor. I think that may raise enough red flags for us to go ahead and say that we need to double check this without looking like election deniers or whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tide is turning, though, and that's the thing. Since we have the left wants you to believe that there's no way to change anything, and then we won't. We'll never question anything, and we'll just do as, kind of your philosophy and Phil's philosophy is right now. Oh, they always win. They win because of this, that, and those are all fucking, to me, that's excuses, right? It's like asking a football team after they lost, was it you guys lost, it was this play, blah, blah, blah. No, it's because they played too closely the entire fucking time and then didn't give a shit.
No,
hold
on. No, hold on, time out. To use your same analogy there, it's more like two football teams playing each other for 15 decades, and it's the same, either it's been the same referee or his son refereeing those games, and that referee happens to be related to the other team's coach or player or somewhere in that fucking realm. It's not the same thing, man. And
but in this case, the referee has changed.
Well, sure, but they also have been raised and are related to the other team, and have whatever reason to, whatever it be, financial or just straight up clout, pride in your family. You'll fucking cheat for your family, especially if you've been taught to do so. If that's what your whole game is, which is what politics is, lie to get what you want. Lie, tell the people what they want. I mean, look, it's not what it's supposed to be, but it is what it is what has been proven for decades, for as long as any of us talking have been alive.
I think I would believe that more, except that 2016 did happen,
Well, that's a fact. That is a fact, and that is what I was talking about earlier. I'm not totally black-pilled on this shit. I'm just trying to counter all the left-right narrative, because I don't subscribe to any of that shit. I mean, if you pin me down, I definitely lean more right, but I've got a lot of liberal ideas too, in a lot of regards. But politics is fucking bullshit. And yes, I've said this for as long as I've been on your show, Sammy, certainly in the earlier years, that I believe wholly in the American spirit and the people in this country to rise the fuck up and overcome this fucking evil in whatever form is trying to overtake us. I really do. But I'm just speaking objectively and honestly in what I see around me. I don't fucking trust it. I don't trust a lot in regards to politics. I mean, like, I don't know.
But Apex, if there was a time for change and there was an opportunity, now is the time.
I mean, yeah.
We've never had a greater opportunity than now. Like Sammy said, we got 2016, we got the House majority. We just need to follow through with the shit. And that's the thing is, a lot of times the conservative side doesn't come together on that. They totally dropped the ball on governors and on the Senate, but we did take the House, which is the most important part.
You know what I think is the most important part is your local government.
Oh yeah,
Which that's where it starts. You build your fucking community. You put strong leaders in your local community that go and speak for you in the higher, you know, whatever, which is not what's happening. That's I mean, the constituents are not represented at the lowest sectors. People are. It's all fucking money. So people, that's voting for president and voting for senators and whatever means. It's all a fucking. It's a shuffle. It's playing on people's fucking emotions. Nobody knows what the fuck they're voting for because they're not. I shouldn't say nobody, but most Americans are swayed by the bombacity of Trump and the sheer uh, force he came into the political movement and said all the things and did all the things and was, opposite of this politic bullshit that everyone's so sick of. They fell, the cult of personality shit. You know what I mean? Trump did a lot of he did a lot of fucking good for sure, but he also fucked up tremendously in a lot of ways.
I can agree with that, and that's why we need to not run his ass again. That would be the problem.
Yeah.
Because that's a guaranteed loss. Because so many people just hate his guts. We need to put a new red candidate in and run him for president, not Trump. And that's where a lot of people talk about DeSantis. And maybe that is what needs to happen, although, like I said, I do believe he's better for Florida than the country. But if that's what needs to happen to regain control, that's what we got to fucking do.
Speaking as the Florida man here, I think running DeSantis would be bad at this point for two reasons. One, Trump and his diehard supporters, and I hate to say this, I love Milo, but Milo doesn't fucking know what he's talking about when it comes to DeSantis. That gay faggot went on Timcast the other night, and
I saw that. Yep.
And was saying that I'm not talking about you. You're not the gay faggot. I'm talking about Milo.
No. I was reading something else. I wasn't actually even listening to what you said. But go ahead, continue.
No, what I was saying is that Milo said something incredibly gay and stupid, like, "Oh, DeSantis has the charisma of like a fence post or something, and no one in Florida even really likes him." And it's like, excuse me, but you moved from Florida and went to fucking New Jersey to get married, and then got divorced immediately after. So don't lecture me, Mr. Faggot, about Florida.
Clearly he's right, because DeSantis didn't just get re-voted into the governor, so nobody can possibly like him. There's no way that just isn't a thing.
Right, but it's like I think running DeSantis would be problematic. Because Trump and his cult of personality is just they're gonna harass him no matter what. And B, I mean, honestly, we don't really have anyone else here in Florida at this moment that could really step in his shoes.
Well, let me ask you this, Sammy. Let me ask you this, and this is a hypothetical situation here. Let's say that in the primaries, that DeSantis beats Trump for the presidential primary. Do you think that the MAGA Republicans are going to vote for DeSantis at the end of the day, or are they going to swing left? I would be hard-pressed to believe that a bunch of MAGA Republicans are going to go left at that point in time.
No, I don't think they're gonna go. I don't think they're gonna go left. I think they would vote for him if they're smart. Now, the other thing too is Trump is such an egomaniac that he could be like, well, if they don't want me, then I'm gonna run fucking independent, and that would be fucking stupid. And then all those MAGA people who we could have used will vote independent, but that's another hypothetical.
Yeah, I have another factual thing to say. I'm to understand that you have gotten a super chat.
Oh,
Sam got a super chat?
stre-
God
st-
damn.
Streamlabs.
Daimyo.
Streamlabs be fucking up.
Daimyo. Daimyo.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh. Someone's spamming TTS, so.
No, that was just me doing a Google text to speech for pronunciation. But it was it was assumed because I posted on Twitter. Someone would y'all like to donate to my crippled friend? He might show feet, and then I posted a link, and then I got a comment on it that said my donation didn't play. So I said I will fix that.
Let me go to Streamlabs and see what's up with.
Got to turn your TTS on, Sam.
It should be on. I just let me.
I don't believe you.
I could be having a boomer moment. It wouldn't be my first time.
No, Sammy, it would not. You could perhaps say a crippled moment, which.
I have those on a daily basis.
Sure, right. So it would not be unusual at all, which, we could all forgive you for that.
So I think I can
much.
break some news here as long as I don't dock some shit. But yeah, it's official. I am officially in the middle of. I have the last little bit of shit here in my living room, and I have a 18-foot trailer, and I am headed down to Miss Whiskey on Monday.
Ooh.
To be there permanently.
I don't know why I'm singing the song, but it's the one that came into my head. Right on, man. That's exciting.
Good for you. Just whatever you do, don't get shot.
No, we stay the fuck out of the city. Miss Whiskey took me down there on a tour. And we made it 2 blocks, and there was a homicide on a street corner with a whole bunch of black people just huddled around a dead body. I was in a big-ass black truck, an SUV, because that's what I drive. I was wearing a black baseball cap and a black T-shirt, and Miss Whiskey looks like a fucking social worker, so, people were probably standing on the street corners just ready and willing to fucking kill both of us, I'm sure. So we made it 2 blocks and saw that homicide, turned our asses right back around, and got out of that bitch as quick as possible.
That's good.
The area that she's in is more redneck than that sort of activity. So I'll be fine down there. And when I get employed, it will not be in the city. It will be somewhere in the redneck areas. So,
Sammy, what's going on with this donation, bro?
I'm logging in or trying to Streamlabs.
Sammy's got to reset his password.
Dude, look, my laptop is from 2009, and I could have logged in to anything.
They're making me use. They're making me use 2-step verification, but I'll tell you a little secret. I'm using my phone as my webcam. So.
Oh wow, nice.
I had to do.
The only reason my. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I had to do workaround for that. So, but okay, let's see.
Yeah, two-factor authentication is the only reason my Discord isn't fucking deleted. Because I don't know how to use it.
Yep. It can be a bitch at times, but...
Anyway, something interesting to talk about. Did you see Jordan Peterson went to Israel and cried on a stage and told them that they were the fate of the world or some gay shit.
Miss Whiskey was telling me about that. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was very gay. It was very gay.
I'm not surprised that Jordan Peterson cried because he does that all the time.
Yeah, but
Clean your room and wash your penis.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, you Jews. Yeah, you Jews. You don't have foreskins, so you don't have to wash your penis that much. But what you folks do here in no man's land. Oh, damn it. Literally. Fuck, I lost it. Anyway. Yeah, he's gay.
Okay.
I like that guy. But oh, you got it, Sammy? You good?
yeah. Damio for $5. I know you hate me, but I think you're pretty swell.
Ah, Daimyo. Dude, Daimyo's a good guy. He's a good boy.
No comment. No comment on that.
Is that
Well-
Bitcoin's alter ego?
No, that's Daimyo,
Okay.
the fat samurai with fat retard with an eye patch
Yeah.
that has been on the internet about as long as Sammy, or about from the same age as Sammy,
Yeah.
I would say. Took a different path, but yeah, he's also an asshole. But whatever, I think he's funny.
Yeah. There. Yeah. So, but yeah. Thanks for the $5.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the show appreciates you.
I think I did. I think I also got a Cash App donation, but
Ooh.
So, I think David Crocco sent a Cash App donation, and for $1. So, thanks, man.
Where's
Appreciate
Davey
that.
at? I want to
Oh,
bully him.
Yeah, Davey, get your fucking your doped ass in here.
But yeah. Any plans for Thanksgiving? I keep hearing it like turkeys are uber expensive everywhere, but we got one.
Every
so
fucking thing is expensive, dude.
Yeah.
we had a turkey for like $9, but now I'm seeing that like they're up to 30 or something like that.
A gallon of premium fuel is almost $5.
Oh yeah, that I know.
Yeah. Oh no, it is five.
But-
It's like 505 by me because I have to put premium in my fucking Civic Si.
Yeah, so in regards to this whole thing with Biden and the investigation, I'm wondering how much of this Ukrainian war shit is tied up in Biden's
Oh, dude.
whole.
Well, we
Dude.
saw what happened with FTX this week, so
Yeah, I was just about
Oh,
to say.
Yeah,
The only fucking bigger donor to the Democratic Party was George fucking Soros.
and what did
I mean,
what did FTX have? Something like $86 billion fucking dollars.
Yeah. I have no idea, but I know he looks like a curly-haired certain type of person.
Oh, he's a chosen people for sure.
Oh, fuck me,
she-
dude.
she looks like a chipmunk, like a little.
Yeah, she looks like the type of girl that nobody like. Ah, man, like I feel like I know her. I feel like I went to school with that girl. I didn't for sure, but there's thousands of that little nerdy, chubby-cheeked, nerd.
That's where she's keeping all the money.
Yeah, and her little she's shoving it in her
Yeah.
cheeks like a little chipmunk.
Well,
That's
she was definitely keeping his balls there at one point too.
Yeah, they
Bro, they were
had a
having
fucking,
orgies and shit.
Yeah, they had a poly house. There was like 9 or 10 people.
Sammy, you must have missed the Medicare stream this week, huh?
No, I did. I watched half of it.
I'll be right
That's
back.
your problem. You should have
And
watched the whole thing. You'd have been completely filled in on this, and you'd have had a lot more to talk about this week.
well, that was part of why I wanted to have you. I was actually going to have you on to talk because you're the crypto guy. So what do you think of all this FTX shit? What whiskey?
I think the moral of the story is you don't give $86 billion to a couple of 20-year-olds because they're going to fucking be irresponsible with the money. I mean, the guy was probably buying Lambos and he was putting money all over the fucking place. They don't know where half of the goddamn assets are even at. They were keeping the shit on a spreadsheet. And you know how the approval process worked? They would jump on Slack and propose their idea, and one of the people that was in charge of the books would give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. That's how those things were approved.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Most of the shit didn't get recorded on their spreadsheet, which that's not how you account things, is keep shit on a fucking Excel spreadsheet. So they don't even know where the assets are even at. They have no idea.
And yet Tom Brady and his wife and
fuck all of them, because you know what? They filed a class action lawsuit and they're probably going to get their money back, while the regular people that jam their life savings into this will never see a fucking dime of their money back. Fuck all them celebrities. Kim Kardashian's in on it. They're all in on it.
Yep. Well, and it's not even like it's gonna hurt Brady or any of them all that much.
Exactly. But it does hurt the common man who took his fucking 401k out and, jammed 120 grand up the ass of that facade.
This is also, though, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also why you want to keep your crypto like on a physical ledger, right? As opposed to one of the...
Yeah, yes and no. So here's the problem with that, Sam. It costs a lot of money to move that shit from one wallet to another. There's a penalty. And depending on what blockchain it runs on, the penalty can be very large. If it's Ethereum, you don't even want to move your shit if it's an Ethereum token, because it's so fucking expensive to move it. So moving it from one place to the other costs a lot of money. Also, if you are a trader, some sort of day trader, somebody who frequently cashes in on their profits like you'd want to, most of the time you don't want to get stuck holding the fucking bag.
Right.
So then it's going to cost more money to move it back out of your ledger, back to an exchange where you can sell it. And by the time you've sold it, most of your profits could be gone. So that's why people just leave the tokens on the exchange, because when it comes time to sell, you want to sell now. You don't, and also when Ethereum is busy, you can be waiting fucking hours for your money to fucking transfer, depending on the way that you do it and where your hard wallet is at. If you're using a ledger, by the time your money actually gets transferred, you could have lost half your profit in 15, 20 minutes because of how volatile that crypto is. So that's kind of a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's just the nature of crypto. There's obviously some tokens and some blockchains that are faster than others, and typically, I would use those. But then once again, you're waiting. Even if you transfer it to something, let's say like Matic, which is a little bit faster using the Polygon blockchain, you still have to eventually, when it gets to the exchange, sell that and trade it for whatever you want to buy. So it really just sucks. They got to figure out a way to fix that part of crypto.
Yeah. I know that.
Go ahead, Sam.
I know that Medicare, I think this was him. He said that he thinks now the feds are gonna they're gonna try and heavily regulate crypto.
They will
now.
If you guys are as black-pilled as you say you are, they're not going to, and they're going to continue to let everybody lose all their fucking money and give it to Ukraine, right? That doesn't fit the narrative that you guys are spitting right now.
No, I don't think so.
If that's the truth, then if we're looking at the black-pilled side of shit, the government doesn't give a fuck about that. They want your money so they can give it to Ukraine so they can fund the Democratic Party and their bullshit. So they won't regulate then. What
But-
interest do they have in regulating if you're giving your money to the Dems?
Bro, why wouldn't look any opportunity to exercise control over the population? I would assume they would take.
Okay, so then it comes down to what's more important to them, control or actually taking your money?
I don't proclaim to know what they would do with that control, but it's what it, I mean, look at it, everything around us is built on like understanding us on an individual level based on algorithms through all the shit we use, the apps, they're trying to push shopping online, curbside pickup.
I want to point this out too. In this specific case, and in most cases, this motherfucker is running his business from the Bahamas. The U.S. can do whatever the fuck they want to about the regulation. That ain't gonna stop a damn thing about this motherfucker in the Bahamas.
Yeah,
that means nothing.
Yeah, that's been the offshore bank accounts. That's been the thing for fucking decades.
Yep. So they could try to implement all the regulation they want to, but at the end of the day, they ain't regulating shit.
No, I don't think they should. I was just like I said, I heard on Jim's stream that he was theorizing they're going to try and regulate this shit.
That won't happen. I can fucking turn on my VPN. I can fucking trade with people in the Bahamas. The U.S. would have no fucking control over my shit.
Yeah.
So the regulation would be basically just null and void at that point in time. They would much rather be able to guarantee that you do something dumb and they get your money at the end of the day.
Of course they would. Yeah, this whole thing with with the investigation, if it's as deep as I think it is, then the whole Ukraine war thing is going to be revealed to the public as a massive sham.
It won't, Sam.
No. At the end of the day, I think what you need is a guy, running these exchanges that's honest. And to date, there is nobody honest running these exchanges. I mean, you'd have to have somebody that has a conscience at least. Like I would guess that if Elon actually ran an exchange, that something like that might be a little bit different. But right now, I mean, the CZ, the guy who's running Binance, the Ethereum guy, for what the fuck is his name? Those guys, they don't give a flying fuck at the end of the day. They're in it because, they want to make money too. So.
Oh yeah.
Damn, I think I'm a simple-minded man because I don't think about any of this shit. I'm more concerned about like building connections in my community, the immediate people around me, and like what I'm gonna do if bullets start flying, or who I can trust and who I can't. I don't give I don't even have the paper money anymore.
Bullets start flying, and this is what you do: you stay in your fucking house and fire from the windows.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's the other thing too. Is like people are afraid that there's going to be like an actual civil war. I don't think there's going to be one, just given the fact that the average American is too lazy to get off.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, let me reiterate. If like a food shortage, because I'm in the middle of cornfields here, I am surrounded by millionaire farmers. Connections. If food supplies run short, it's about who you know. If
I don't know about your area, but I can tell you right now in my area, about 95% of the farmers have those things painted on the side of their barns that look like a quilt. Those people, by moral, they will feed, they will clothe in a situation like that. They're dedicated to absolutely doing that.
Right.
And that's what those quilt-looking things on the side of the barns mean. They all mean different things. Each one of these farmers is prepared to feed, is prepared to clothe,
shelter,
is prepared to provide shelter. Yes. So we have a lot of that here in my local community, and even the farmers not knowing people that would come to their door would definitely help out in the situation that they're designed to help out with.
And a lot of people would. A lot more people in these backwood shithole, quote unquote, the libtards might consider, without ever knowing for sure or with any real evidence. There's a lot of really good people.
Oh
you
yeah.
know, not all the rich people in the world are in Hollywood or on the, in that caliber. There's some exceptionally rich, exceptionally smart, and really good human beings, and they're the ones. I don't. Elon's on the cusp for me because he's clearly smart and he's clearly got his mindset on. Or, well, maybe not clearly, but seemingly has his mindset on positive goals for the human race as a whole, which is, I mean,
I would
fuck
say,
yeah.
I would say a better term for that is advancing the human race. I don't know if it's taking care of them, but it's advancing the human race.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, Whiskey, because that's kind of my hang up on him. It's like, it seems his whole goal is just pushing forward without considering, what is actually needed. Just assuming. I mean, he talks about the birth rate, and he's got like 15 fucking kids by 16 women somehow.
That's because he's a hermaphrodite and can impregnate himself.
Because he's a fucking genius, bro. You don't get it. You don't understand. No, but I don't know, man. Like fuck. I really do. Sammy, you're right. I am literally, like, all these years, I'm literally like your brain on drugs or your brain on fucking weed. I make salient fucking, I'll say some shit that sounds really good, and then I'll stop for a second and go, wait a minute, what was I talking about?
Dude, you'll be in the middle of a genius thing sometimes, and then you'll just lose it at times.
Yeah. We'll just say I leave the viewer to fill in the blanks, or the listener.
I haven't had any drugs in about 60 days because I'm trying to find a job. So I'm thinking pretty clear these days.
That's excellent. Oh, you know what? I have a public service announcement. I have been taking kratom for the last year.
What the
I
fuck
discovered.
Is that?
Oh, dude, it's Mitrigiana speciosa. It's a fucking South Asian plant. It's just this fucking. It's just a plant.
This isn't that shit that Aaron Rodgers is on, right?
I have no idea what Aaron Rodgers is on. It might be. Probably not though, because I think it's illegal in Wisconsin. But it's just a plant. It's ground up. It's kind of like a painkiller, but it's just a plant. And there's various, strains of it. Some are, nighttime, whatever. I've been taking it because I'm a fucking drug addict, and I was hooked on opiates for a long time, and then I got sober, and then my whole life fell apart, and I, whatever.
Blamed it on sobriety.
yeah, right. Yeah. So I've seen for years, any research I had done on this stuff was like the fucking hangover or the withdrawal is worse than anything you've ever experienced in your whole life. Like, I don't care how long you've done heroin. I don't care how long you've done pain pills. Kratom is worse. That is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Because I just said, I took the shit for at least I took it for a year, at least, if not a year and a half. At least, somewhere around 5 grams a day, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, evening, whatever. I had 2 days that I had some bad shits and my stomach hurt pretty bad, and I felt kind of. I mean, it was definitely withdrawally, but I feel better than fucking ever. I mean, kratom, it's 100% a plant, so it's better. It's like a painkiller. If you like painkillers, it helps with that sort of thing. But yeah, just being like a junkie kind of personality that I am, I just took it all the time. I don't need it. I just take because it, it feels good. Instead of doing push-ups in the morning,
Are you trying to cure the pain in your soul? Is that what you're? Is that what's going on, or?
Oh, sure. I mean, that's what all druggies are trying to do, right?
Okay, so it looks like Aaron Rodgers is taking ayahuasca, which is
ayahuasca. That's a hardcore hallucinogen.
Yeah. I heard it's like
ancient,
higher on the list than peyote and shit.
Oh yeah, it's ancient too. That shit goes back thousands of years, man.
Yeah,
somehow those niggas in the jungle figured out this root and that fucking vine will make you trip the fuck out.
So this motherfucker literally can't play football anymore. Like he's I watched him throw the ball last week. He's throwing it way in front of his fucking receivers and shit. Just like they should just take him off the fucking field at this point in time. Go let him do his thing.
Good for him, man. You know what? Look, whatever he is now, he's been if anybody could be a successor to Brett Favre, he did a pretty good job, I would say.
Well,
but you got to be a shitty ass human being to be fucking dating Dana Patrick or whatever the fuck her name is, Danica Patrick, for as long as he did, because she is a fucking cunt.
Yeah, well, who knows? She may suck some real good dick, bro. You have no idea.
Yeah, that I do not know.
Her pussy might fit his dick just, It may just be one of those things, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to put up with the smell.
Yeah. Come on. She drives fancy-ass cars. She's got to take care of that pussy.
Can you imagine the pussy, though, after it's been sitting in that race car seat for about 4 hours, bro? I don't know about
that. I mean, he might like that. Everybody's different, bro.
Yeah, clearly
he might wear that
drugs. He might like jungle pussy.
He might wear that bitch like he might wear that jungle pussy like a mask. You merely adopted the jungle pussy. I was born in it. He's talking into her pussy.
And celebrities are into some weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have fucking eating human cakes and shit. The whole spirit cooking and shit like that. We're all familiar.
Well, I guess Tom Brady's got porn stars throwing themselves at him now and all sorts of shit, which I got in trouble on Twitter because I said that Giselle is mediocre at best.
She got jizz in her name though, so I mean
yeah.
They should have just named her Cum Dumpster.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much about every model out there, pretty much. So, but it's good having both of you back. So.
Yeah, I love you guys too.
Yeah, quit with the sappy shit already.
Yeah, shut up, Mister. I'm fucking. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm fucking crippled. My legs don't work.
I like that the camera is now so unfocused that you can't see the flexing arm shadow under your door handle anymore. You can faintly see it, but it still looks like a flex. Can you see it, Whiskey?
Nah, the camera definitely improved a lot of shit here. His picture is way clearer now.
Well, his background is less clear, which is the important part. Sammy is clear, and the background is
your autofocus is working very good.
Yeah,
very, very nice, sir.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and I've got this feature I can do now on my camera. Where let me see. If I want, I can. There's this feature now where it can center me in frame no matter where I go, which is kind of cool, but it's also
The thing is, Sammy, since you can't walk, you can't go far.
Oh no, you haven't seen this nigga crawl on camera yet. He can
Oh
crawl
yeah,
like a
I have.
motherfucker.
Let's see the camera follow you out the door.
Yeah. You need a GoPro, bitch, and a
We'll
fucking.
test that camera, Sammy. If we got a good result here, they deserve an email.
Yeah. I actually had a weird dream that Apex wound up on Cometown
Oh shit.
for some.
You know what's fucked up? I might actually be moving to like the New Orleans area, which is a lot closer to Florida than I am now.
That'd be good. Just don't get eaten by gator. Just don't get eaten by gators.
No, I said it. I'm not even positive where, but my older brother, who, fucking killed himself, that faggot. His father, who has tried more in the short time I've known him than my own father, owns several things in that particular region, and he, I need to get the fuck out of this cornfield. I've been here for far too long. Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Yep.
Fuck, you'd be closer to where I'm going too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I would love to be in that fucking room with Sammy on camera and do a show. Can you imagine? The feats on camera? The shirtless displays? My God.
Yeah, it would be interesting for sure. So
No, I would. If I ended up that close, I would legitimately want to just kind of come and chill.
if you ended up
meet the fam.
if you ended up that close, you would be like, Jesus Christ, Sam, what do you have in your closet? I didn't know you had all this shit. So
No, dude. There's a reason I don't turn my camera on, Sam. Yeah, you
That's
trust
because
me, you're doing
Apex
fine.
is hiding dead hookers in his closet.
Yeah. No, I actually have a bunch of minorities. Some of them are hookers, but shut the fuck up. It's fine. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, you went from me covered in pussy, and by pussy, ladies and gentlemen, I mean little cats
Yeah.
to being surrounded by minorities and whatnot. So
Oh no, there's some dudes in here, but they're really small. They're really short.
progress, I
Oh, yeah,
guess.
if they're Mexicans, of course they are. Apex, I gotta ask you. Whatever happened to that retarded cat? Did it live? Is it? You still got it?
Oh yeah, no, she's my sweet baby girl, little Miss Lightfoot. Rosie is what everybody else calls her, and that's kind of her name. But she's just baby girl. She's got dual fangs. I know I posted that at one point. They're still there. Everyone was like, "Oh, they're gonna fall out." No, she's got two. Just the front fangs. Whatever you call them, the canines. There's two of them, and they're fused together on both sides. So she looks like a fucking vampire, and she's real skinny and tiny, but she's kicking, man. She's a year and a half old, I think, at this point. Her brother weighs like 18 pounds, though. He is the fattest cat I think I've ever owned, for sure.
That's chonkers is what you call them.
No, Chonkers, the original Chonkers, was one of the Grabies. He was a gray cat who is now, he's fluffy, but he's skinny as shit because he runs around outside. This fucking gray bitch, the Based Hobbs account has him as his banner. He's laying with some sunglasses on, but it does not do him he is so fat, dude. He's a huge boy.
Is, and what have you named him?
Hey, his name is Mimo, because he looks just like Momo, the original tabby, orange male cat that was here, and it might be his son. So it's Momo and then Mimo, Mini, Momo and then Mini Momo, shortened to Mimo.
Gotcha. So yeah, be sure to bring your cats down here to Florida
Oh,
too.
they will. At least Mimo and Lightfoot. Those are my cats. I mean, I've paid for all of them for for 2 years, but yeah, I'm not gonna take them all.
Animals are not cheap.
No,
Got
they
this
are not.
goddamn pit bull over here, and fucking damn 25 pounds of food is $86. Of course, I'm feeding them the good shit, but fuck, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You do have a pit bull.
I do.
Hey,
Black
Sammy,
ass.
you should give Gogo a wrench just because.
Oh shit, Go-Go's here?
Yeah, he posted a gorilla fart and brap
Oh
in
shit.
chat.
What's poppin', Go-Go?
Hi,
Nice to see
Gogo.
ya.
I love you, Gogo. You German piece of shit.
Now, now all your friends are here.
Yeah. It's wild. I was literally just thinking about the old Discord days, the Zero Tech server, and like how I even ended up there, and how like it all. You know what? That's the last time I had any real confidence in myself, and it was fun. I had a really good time. I should do that again.
Yeah. Well, you could be Discord psychiatrist again.
Yeah, no, but look, the thing is the conflagration in that server of people like Zoom and
And Plate Gang.
and Kenny and Plate Gang and so many like niche internet retards that I knew some of them a lot about, but a lot of them, actually most of them, just enough about to like be like, holy shit, like Mr. Mediker talked about a lot of them, or whatever. They were popular enough in the sphere that I had,
Mr. E.
Mr. E, which honestly, Mr. E, I didn't know before the server, but what a fucking dude. I love that guy.
Yeah, it turns out he's a great guy.
Yeah, for sure. So many of the best shit posters often are. They're not. It's maybe not most of, but oftentimes.
Some of them are for sure. But yeah, this was a fun reunion. Oh shit, we've got
We got Steely and
here.
Saucin are in here, yeah. Shout outs.
Yeah, in chat, yeah.
Steely's a good boy. I don't know.
He is a good boy. He may be a disembodied, floating, fucking retarded, Down syndrome looking head, but he is definitely a good boy.
I still have no idea what that's supposed to be, but yeah.
That's his face. That's literally his face, and I love him. I love him all the more for it.
Yeah, I think that's a self-illustration of his face, right?
Yeah. A self-portrait. I mean, all artists do it.
He is the stereotypical upstate guy.
Yeah, blockhead fucking retard. But a good boy.
It's funny because I think it was last year you were the one, Apex, who turned me on to to Jack Pierce, aka Falco Punch.
Oh no,
and
I don't
whatnot.
know that I don't know that I did. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, somebody did, and man, he's turned into a locale of sorts.
Oh, Johnny, what's his name?
Yeah, Johnny Falcon.
Yeah.
He
What a fag, dude.
yeah, I guess now he went from grifting on the right to being like a horror author to now he's gone far left and is basically begging for retweets from Stephen King. Yeah, he's begging for retweets from Stephen King now.
Well, when one grift doesn't work, you just move to the fucking next,
look,
right?
I was just gonna say that you gotta respect the grind. At least the dude's he's got no other skills, clearly. So
Yeah, but he's done this like 17 times, and he's been
Exactly.
massacred on the Kumite I think he got massacred on the Kumite by failure. That's sad. And Andy Worski.
bro, that was like fucking 6 years ago, man.
Yeah, but I remember it pretty good, so.
Yeah, well, still, your memory doesn't. He's still trying, so he might win.
And he was a different guy. He was even a different guy then. That was before he wrote the stupid book.
The whole point that I was trying to make is the motherfucker is continuing to try. As cringy and gay and retarded as the fucking faggot is, he keeps trying. Whatever. Swinging a miss. Swinging a motherfucking miss. But he might die swinging. He might actually hit something, though.
No, he's going to die first.
You won't
I'm
hit
pretty sure that he's fucking
You
damn
hit
near
a
poor.
fucking thing, and if you don't swing. Yeah, you won't hit a fucking thing if you don't swing.
It's entertaining as fuck. I remember when because he came on my show about like probably back in March or something, and he told me that like this Max Sand guy was like a big lefty, and then I actually ran into Max Sand. Pretty great guy. A bit of a troll, but really good guy. Like that's Johnny Fox's arch nemesis now I guess. So but yeah.
Hey Sammy, I just tweeted that you're saying a bunch of slurs right now, so you should probably start saying some.
Nigger faggot.
Hey, FDNY. I know what the the F and the N stands for, but can you tell me what the D and the Y means? Going to the fucking in New York. Sorry, I ripped that from Cumtown straight up because I just listened to that episode. Anyway.
I can think of a D one. Dyke, that's a good one. I'm stretching for the Y though.
Yeah.
Apparently, yak is a slur for something, but I don't know for what. Hillbilly, maybe.
Well, I mean, yak used to be like that's like a early 2000s rapper slang for some sort of drink, I think.
Oh yeah, yids. That's a good one.
Yids.
Yids.
That sounds Jewish. I don't like it.
That is Jewish.
God damn it.
For as much shit as people like to give Kanye about saying anti-Semitic shit, the guy, the one
NFTs. I know what the N and the F stands for, but what does the T stand for?
Token.
Token.
Nigger faggot token?
Yes.
That's what it means?
Yes, token black person.
Dude, look, have you watched South Park recently?
Oh my.
No.
Dude, they changed Token's name to Tolkien, and they retroactively even the subtitles on the earliest episodes with Token, they changed the subtitles to Tolkien because his dad is a huge J.R.R. Tolkien fan, and they named him Tolkien, but they've just always called him Token because he's the token black character. And then Stan has this fucking this like what do you call it? Like a self realization. He's like, holy fuck, I'm a racist retard fucking idiot. I didn't realize I was I'm the problem. I'm the white boy problem. It's good. It's really good. And I found that to be a clever, little judo flip on the
You know what's weird? After 15 years, those kids
shit.
Still never grow up.
Yeah, no, that's 15 years, dude. That shit's been on for 22 years.
Holy shit.
No, think about that, but then think about how like Bart Simpson and The Simpsons, that show has been on for like what, 33 years at this point now, and there's still like 10 and like 13 or whatever.
Dude, 1997 was when South Park premiered.
Jesus. Fucking
We're fucking old, Whiskey. Jesus Christ, man. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Sammy, what year were you born?
No, 95.
Christ, you were 2 when it came out.
You were fucking 2 years old.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, dude.
South Park is almost as old as you are, bro.
That he is.
Oh,
no, look, they are the same. Well, I think we can quantify them in the same. They are the same age.
Yeah.
Sammy is as old as South Park. Wow.
So,
that's fucking crazy.
South Park
dude.
is as old as Sammy. That's more like it.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. We can call it that.
I'll tell you what. A lot of the kids who I went to college with, a lot of them weren't even born when 9/11 happened, which was mind-boggling. Because I at least remember 9/11 like as an actual thing that happened in my life.
I remember exactly where I was on that day.
Me too.
Yeah, but like
Science class.
But like Medicare Fembot, I think she was born like 2001, so
That's a weird pull.
not well. Just to like, bring up that like a lot of the youngins, they don't even really understand 9/11 like as a concept. So like,
Yeah, well, they might understand it as a concept, but the real thing is they don't understand the world before 9/11.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Sammy, neither do you. I mean, I think you understand it, but you actually weren't there. I had a decade and a couple of years, and Whiskey had a couple of more years.
I was
Before
fucking out of high school by the time that
Yeah.
happened. I was
Yeah.
standing at my first job, looking
Right.
up at looking at a goddamn welder, and then all of a sudden fucking somebody came running out of the office and told us we all had to come inside. I thought we were in shitload of trouble.
Right.
no, that my point though is I guess there are a lot of people who are like, why are these 9/11 jokes, cropping up? It's kind of offensive, and it's like, it can be, but like a lot of these jokes are done by kids who weren't even born when 9/11 happened.
I think
So-
if we knew the truth, it probably would be a goddamn joke, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is, because it is.
Yeah.
It literally is a joke. If you took it all in,
That's a fucked up prank I
objectively,
think our government played on us, so...
it's a fucked
Oh.
up joke.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I can't even remember the number of trillions of dollars that disappeared that day.
Oh, very fucked up. Well, it
Trillions with a T, by the way.
it fucked everything up for sure. I mean, you know.
Patriot Act.
Oh yeah,
War on Terror.
TSA. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all been molested at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
You know, I've I've rediscovered my love for researching ancient history, and Graham Hancock is actually one of my favorite authors. He's the first, I think, probably the first author that really gripped me for nonfiction. Well, I guess you might be, I guess, depending on who you talk to, it could be fiction, but because he's a reporter, he comes from a reporter background. He's not an archaeologist, but he has spent decades researching like a lost ancient civilization, which is my favorite quote unquote conspiracy theory, which I don't think is at all a conspiracy theory. But it brought me back. It's so weird because I've had so many YouTube channels banned, and this particular creator has had several banned as well. But Asha Logos on YouTube.
oh yeah,
He is in fucking incredible, and I rediscover. I follow him on Twitter, but I hadn't realized he'd posted more shit on YouTube. And I'd gone through a few of his our subverted history videos. God damn, dude, it's so good. It's such good stuff, and unfortunately, I feel like a kind of a victim of potential misinformation because I don't do my own research. But he's so he seems so profoundly objective, while still kind of sliding, a certain big-nosed. Anyway,
Big
He's the
nose,
one who-
small hat.
yeah. But it's he. But the thing is, all he seems to do is highlight what seems to be historically true. They've been kicked out of. Like it's factual. How many countries have Jewish lineage been kicked out of countries or banished from whatever. So through historical records, it's interesting as fuck, man.
well sure.
The Scythians and the Germanic people, and like what actually led to things like World War I and World War II prior, 1,000 years prior, and shit like that. It's very fascinating.
Yeah. But I mean, also the whole hatred for the Jews thing is a little. I wouldn't say it's funny, but it is interesting because it's a very small percentage of the population that people are getting upset
Jews,
about.
yeah, no, they they inhabit a very small percentage of the entire human population.
Because I
It's
mean,
like 2% or something.
because I mean, a lot of the Jews that I know are they're actually terrible with money, which is kind of it's a
Terrible
defiance of-
meaning they won't spend it.
No, terrible meaning that terrible meaning that they're bad, that they're like bad with it, and also that they keep asking for
Oh yeah, now that's a classic feature. Oh, can you give me some money? I don't have any. I have rich fucking parents that'll give me money as soon as I need it. But can you? I don't have any in my
Well,
account.
I mean, they don't call it shekels for nothing, right?
Yeah, no, I wish them had rich parents. That would be easy, but no, I grew up with I go for the Jewish family in the neighborhood that like ran a Radio Shack or something. And
Well, look,
who
Sammy.
goes
Even
there?
even if they were rich, you wouldn't have been welcome. You're a goyim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that I know, but
You know what You might have been exploitable though. They might have been able to use you to get a bunch of money and in return make you some money. You know.
This is true. They would have used your crippled superpowers to.
Yeah. You know, the victim status. They're very good at exploiting that.
yeah, no.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
You're gonna get canceled, Sammy.
that just sounds like liberals in general, though. Though
Mhm.
that's nothing to do.
Are you saying all liberals are Jewish, or is that just me?
I'm
Fuck, I'm sorry.
I think it's the other way around. All Jewish are liberals, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's actually
Yeah.
not true, because the Jews in Israel are as right fucking wing as they come. They will
No.
kill.
Oh
They
yeah,
will
the
kill
real
yeah.
Jews.
Yeah, no, they're based as fuck. So
Israelites are a little bit different though than the typical than the mass population of
Then the
the
Hollywood
people that
Jews.
claim
Oh
to
my
be
god.
Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
this stream's getting flagged for sure.
I don't know. I read an entire Onion article the other day in like very stereotypical Jewish and black voice when both Kanye and like the Jewish producers or whatever. Yeah, dog. These motherfuckers be like, oh my god, we fucking. I don't remember what I said, but something like that.
Yeah,
Shit, the Onion's about as legit as the mainstream media at this point in time.
It's crazy. The Babylon Bee.
more so. Oh, Babylon B is back on Twitter now.
That's right.
But
Dude,
that
you know
was-
what? Elon did an interview with Babylon Bee like a year ago. So the fact that
Yeah.
it took him till now to get Babylon Bee back on Twitter is another reason I'm like, I mean, obviously I don't understand all the technical aspects, but he fired like 1,000 fucking people.
1,200 to be from what I read.
Thank you, nerd.
Oh,
Shut up. I'm just kidding.
you're
Shut up. I'm just kidding.
You're welcome.
Now he's over here correcting people like a Jew.
I saw a picture of a before and after of a bunch of women with Elon and then a bunch of dudes with like one chick, and I literally laughed out loud because he kicked out like 1,000 women, and then 200 dudes. He was like, wait a minute, y'all come back. I actually needed y'all. And there's like no fucking women working at Twitter anymore. Seemingly by those pictures that I saw. I don't know if that's entirely true, but it was very funny to me.
Hopefully, you got rid of the HR department too.
Yeah, they were all women.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the entire HR. You know what? There was a viral video of some stupid fucking bitch that worked at Twitter.
Oh
that-
yeah, I think everybody saw that. She
Oh,
was fucking
yeah.
drinking during the day and shit. drinking
Yeah,
wine
dude,
and shit.
mimosas and fucking like this lavish fucking life. Fuck you, you stupid whore. I hope you're sucking dick now. I genuinely do.
I mean,
Well,
I mean, the tech industry in general is like that. I work in the tech
Yeah.
industry, and every place I've ever worked, the fridge is always stocked with beer. You're welcome to go get a beer any fucking
Yep.
time you want, even
Yep.
if it's
Yep.
8 o'clock in the morning. They don't fucking care.
Yeah, and I mean, in the real world, you will get fired
Yeah.
if you drink before
Yeah.
you go to work.
Try that shit as a machinist and see what happens.
Yeah, go to work as a welder. Go climb some fucking go walk some fucking high powered lines. You know.
Yeah. Cut down some trees. See where that lands.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, burp on your fucking boss while you're running your fucking 22-inch chainsaw.
This is
Yeah,
Bell Jetter.
I'm
Bell
good,
Jetter
boss.
from the bucket truck.
No, bitch, we're cutting it. We're cutting this. We're cutting this. We're cutting the 70-foot fucking tree at the trunk, bro.
Hey, you forgot your harness. Ah, fuck you.
Climb up. I'll climb up there with that fucking saw running. One hand.
The
The real
funny
world
thing-
does not work like that, and that's the thing.
Hey, y'all, watch
this. That's the thing that really gets me about all of this Elon Twitter and all this other shit. Is as important as it is not real. There will always be people pretending. There will always be people like me who will intentionally say lies because it's funny. And there will be people significantly better at it, always finding a way to do so. What matters is the real world. The people you can look at in their eyes and punch in the face, shake their hand, maybe cup their balls or, slide some fingers up in that pussy, depending on where you're at on the spectrum. Grab the titties a little bit, man or female. Titties are nice. If you're fat, you probably got big titties. I don't know my point there. But
yeah,
the real point is
hell yeah.
Your community. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Sammy. The real point is the people around you are what are important. The real people, not this internet. This internet shit has its value without a doubt.
I don't know. I kind of live the hybrid lifestyle where I've kind of turned the internet into real life a little bit.
Look, I think a lot of people have, man, and I think that's part of the problem. Not that it shouldn't be it should not be discarded, because I have made some very real connections here as well, including with you and this crippled fucking handsome piece of shit we're in the stream with. But it's immeasurably important to be able to communicate in person with the people that you live around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's your neighbors, your extended neighbors, your community, your county, your town, your city.
I love your ability to insult and compliment in the same sentence within like 2 or 3 words of each other.
Yes, sir.
That's his specialty.
Mm-hmm. That's right, folks. Anyway, yeah, I just think that, I think there's exceptional good and exceptional evil in most people. We can all do very, very good and very bad things depending on where we are. And I think what matters in that equation is the outside input, which has been supplemented now by the internet. If you're fucked up, if you're not thinking right, if you're confused, and you've got a bunch of people on the internet who you don't know, they can say all kinds of things and you can feel close to them, but you can't look in their face. You don't experience life with them. It's a huge difference between those two things, connecting with someone online versus being with someone in person and doing something similar. So
I partially agree with that, but at the same point in time, I partially disagree with that, because some people only live their lives online and don't have any connection with the real people in their community. In that case, they would actually be closer to the people on the internet.
Well, and I actually don't disagree with that at all. My point actually coincides with that, is those people who are connecting more with people on the internet should at least try to use what they've gained or you know what they've learned from
social
those experiences.
skills. Yep.
They need to bring that into the real world, the people around them. And if they're surrounded by people they can't connect with, they need to try to find ways to remove themselves and find people that they do.
Yeah.
Everyone has, at this point in 2022, everyone has the ability to buckle the fuck down and go somewhere, do something. Most people, I shouldn't say everybody, but I would say most people have the ability to focus and try really hard for X amount of time and do what they feel, you know, they're meant for. Or
Steely says, "Don't tell me how to live my life."
Look, Steely, I still have not seen a hand-carved Steely face, so I don't want to hear anything about you. I'm not telling you to do shit.
Wait, you didn't
But when
see
you
it?
tell me,
I'm pretty sure
did
he
it?
finished that project.
Did
Yeah.
he do it? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I think
Good
it's on a
boy.
keychain or some
What
shit.
What a good boy. I love him.
Yeah, he says he'll post it again. Yeah, you must have been gone in the Discord for a while because he posted that shit way back.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, wait. Is it? It's a keychain. I thought it was a fucking stump. I thought that he was carving like a whole big. Wait, I might be misremembering. I thought
I
there was
could
like
be
a big
mistaken
thing.
too, but I could have swore it was a keychain.
Mm.
Maybe
You
it
know
started
what?
out as
Maybe-
a stump and then ended up.
Yeah,
a keychain.
you know what? I think he cowered. I think he was a coward, and he was like, "I can't do this big thing. I'm gonna make a keychain instead."
He says the
'Cause,
stump was a hammer and it's still seasoning.
That's right. It's a hammer. Okay. All right. Yeah. He's still clear. He's good.
Yeah. You know what I find weird is this whole online dating thing, because with the exception of a few people, most people I know that have done online dating, it never goes well, or always ends up falling apart because what you think you have on.
So let me tell you what the key to that is. I think that people got the shit wrong, honestly. If you go on dating apps, you're going to get fucked. I think
yeah.
the way to do that
Yeah,
is
that's-
to go somewhere where you have commonalities to begin with the people that you're talking to, right? That's where you will get into a relationship that isn't superficial, where you're not swiping left or swiping right, depending on the way the person looks. And it's more about your values and shit like that when you end up in a situation where you meet somebody outside of Tinder or Bumble or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think dating apps are. I mean, a good idea in principle, but they're a profound mistake.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
super. It reduces it to such a superficial level, dude. Like you were just saying, Whiskey. Depending on how they look or whatever few words they have in their bio, or whatever. I've literally never been on a dating app.
Well,
I've
and
thought about it.
Most of that shit is fake anyways, right? Because people write
Exactly.
those bios.
Yeah.
They just go get a template somewhere on the internet and say, oh, okay, here's some keywords that fit me, or what they think is their personality. Oftentimes, it's not even actually even pertaining to the person that's writing the shit. So it's like there's no values in there. There's none of that shit. It's all, I do this, I do that. Well, where did you get that from? You went somewhere online and looked up, what do I type in a dating app profile? And then you end up posting that shit. And it's like, that's not it, though. It's not you.
I think even if, even best case scenario, even if they didn't do that, they are lying to some degree.
Yeah.
In a very rare case, people are straight up fucking. The ones that are honest are vulgar. I just want to get fucked. I just need some pussy. I just need some dick or blah, 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 blah. I mean, again, I've never been on a dating app, but I can imagine.
No, and you're not.
If
You're
they're
100% right about that. You can tell the ones that are being genuine because it's like 420 friendly, fucking, all that sort of degenerate
let's
shit.
fuck. I'm not trying to get to fucking. I'm not trying to date. Let's fuck.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steely. Steely said he met a woman from a dating app 2 weeks ago. It was terrible. She snores like a chainsaw. I bet she didn't put that in her fucking bio, did she?
He should have put his hands around her neck. I bet that would have helped.
Yeah.
And squeezed real tight.
Gave her a nice hug with his hands.